right now. I'd like to kick off our first meet and greet session with industry veterans and our wedding photographers today. We have some big names joining us, so you do not want to miss out on this one. Do make your way down in front of the stage, do take your seats, and let's start this discussion shortly. Let me introduce you to our panelists today. We have wedding industry veterans. They've been doing this for years and years, and it's such a great joy to see them here today, joining us and answering some very practical questions about what couples want to know when it comes to hiring a wedding photographer. We have on stage, let me welcome none other than Dimitri Cruz, Akila Piris, Pavitra Di Mello, and Dulani Parnamitana. Cloudatic and Wandulani and Dimitri Cruz are here with us today, and we have some great discussion points to talk about. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage.
Yes, please.
All right, thank you so much for being here today. I'm very, very excited to be having this discussion. If we can kick off, I know we all know who you are and we are so familiar with your work, but let's talk a little bit about each of your businesses, when you started. Tell us a little bit about what kind of unique things that you offer when you are hired as a wedding photographer. We can start off with you.
Actually, it's just that all of us as photographers, we always believe that our client is our priority, and then we get different, they, like in the sense, not every bride is the same, so we have to, but at the same time we have our signature like styles. So along with that, over the years, we have been delivering the best to our clients and always very flexible. So I think that's the key reason why we are here today.
Awesome. Tell us a little bit about Wandulani Photography and a little bit about the business.
All right. Mainly it's actually what I believe, as I said before, things are changing and a lot of brides do have their concerns, and so with all that, like let's say 5-6 years ago, it was more into a lot of lighting and portraiture, that sort of style. So I am a photographer that I really focus more into detail, and I believe in lighting and that sort of. So my style is very candid, natural, as well as more with lighting. So that's the uniqueness, I guess.
Awesome, thank you. Dimitri, if you could tell us a little bit about your years in the industry and a little bit about your photography.
Okay, hi guys. So started off back in '98, just after my A-levels. Was a light assistant to my dad, who was also a photographer. Kicked off from there, and then ended up here being a photographer and on this in this space here with you guys. Yeah, so a few years of experience of doing weddings under my belt. Seen a big progression from film days to digital to all kinds of really cool stuff happening with young guys in there, all out there and stuff. So that's kind of the start. Looking forward.
All right, very exciting. Akila and Pavitra, if you could tell us a little bit about Cloudatic as well.
Yeah, I got started off as a fashion photographer, and then Pavi and I got together and formed Cloudatic. So at the time we started, we wanted to do something different that was not done so much in Sri Lanka. So we were looking at more Western influences. So we went with the whole natural lighting, this type of photography that is happening now, which is much more candid in my opinion, and it's more popular among the younger people now. So as you can see, there's a lot of like natural light photographers now, but back in the day there was only like us and a few other companies that started out. So I felt like we did something different at the time. So yeah.
Yeah, so we our style is a bit more candid, as Aki says. And I started off as a photojournalist for a newspaper back in the day. And then when I started my photography, when Aki and I started the company together, we both brought these two different style of documentary style and a bit of posed and candid pictures, and that kind of made us a bit of a unique company back in the day. And yeah, that's our style actually.
All right, sounds like an incredible journey so far. Dimitri, looking at your years in the industry, let me pose the first question to you. How have you seen wedding trends in photography evolve over the years from 1998 right up to today?
It's evolved a lot. So I think back when I started off, it was very posy. Everyone, there was actually a time that the couples used to go to a studio, get a formal studio photograph done. Then they would come to the reception hall and have their wedding, and we would cover it and stuff. And then there will be the portrait session that will happen and stuff. And it was a little bit more, back in the day, it was a little bit more structured. Bad word, no? A little bit more posy and stuff. And now it's a bit more, the trend is to be more chilled out, more as it goes, flowing, like these guys said. It's more, not so much of lighting and stuff, more natural light, more flowy and fluffy kind of feel, yeah? White, and white, yes, sorry, forgot the white. And very, very white, yes. Sorry? Very bright, very white, yes. It's like Supiri Wiki on your teeth, yeah. So anyway, there's been a major changeover from those days to now. And it's an evolved, I mean, if photography has evolved actually. I mean, even from about the year 2000 to now, 22 years down the line, basically you find that some of the older stuff are kind of coming back out, and then it goes out and comes back in. So when someone comes up and says, hey, it's a new trend that's happening. Yeah, that was happening around about 2005. That came in and went off and stuff. So it's good. I mean, it's an interesting thing. I mean, I always say that having people coming into the market, into the wedding field, has given us, at least given me, a bit of a kick up my behind, basically, also, so that it kind of pushes me also to try and keep up with the youngsters like this one, and get my game up there also. Hope that answers that question. Did I go tangent?
Yeah, thank you. Very exciting. Aki, I would like to pose this question to you. Tell us a little bit about your process when it comes to doing a wedding. How do you kind of have conversations with the couple beforehand and make sure that you're capturing exactly what they want and sticking to the theme of the wedding?
Yeah, I think the main important thing is that the couple needs to know what type of style that they want. That is the first thing. So once they know that, and my first point of contact would be once they have seen our pictures, maybe from Facebook or Instagram or something like that. So once they contact us, I will sit down and have a meeting with them and go through about how they would want to take these pictures. Because there are some people, even though we take candid pictures, they do not want to have any posed pictures at all. So some people, I mean, I have been to weddings where they have literally told me not to take any portraits and just shoot everything from the side. So that's not something that we are used to. So, but I think clear communication definitely needs to be established before going into the wedding. So, and also having an understanding with your photographer, because I feel like the whole day, the flow and everything has a lot to do with the photographer as well. And I think the makeup artist and the photographer definitely creates the flow for the day. And I think the mood that the bride or the groom will be in and everything will be sort of orchestrated by us sometimes, because it's our job to make them feel good, make them feel happy, and make sure they're not stressed out about the other things that are happening in the wedding. So yeah, I feel like clear communication is definitely important when it comes to hiring your photographer.
And I think a little bit of trust plays a big role as well, right? In kind of every aspect of a wedding. I think you need to trust you guys to do what you do best and kind of deliver a product that's superior to everything else that you have.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they should definitely check up on who they're hiring. I mean, obviously there's some history, but then obviously there are some new youngsters as well that I think how you would know is once you talk to them and you understand their professionalism when it comes to the first point of contact. So I think all of those goes a long way when it comes to selecting your photographer. It's not just looking at the pictures and just hiring that person because pictures are good. Sometimes the pictures might be great, but then the service later, because actually, like Dimi and I was talking this a little while ago, we were just saying actually the hard part is not to shoot the wedding. It's after the wedding, the delivering, and those things are what really matters. So yeah, anything to add?
One thing is I may feel that the person who is the client basically needs to really understand who they are hiring. So if they need to pick a style they like and also sort of respect what the person they're hiring and not try to get someone to do something else like somebody else. So, because now there's a certain way we work, and I'm sure Dimi has a different way of working and handling clients on the day, and so is Dulani, because we all have sort of over the years perfected a way to make sure we have a good workflow process on the day. And so we really like clients who really like our art factor, basically. They pick us because they like what they see. And that is important. So that way, if we have a meeting and we sort of speak to them and see what their requirements are, and if it's usually doesn't meet in what we do, because we also don't want to go too out of our way to feel, because we are also not comfortable, because that tends to disrupt our workflow on the day, and then it can stress the client out on the day. So we also want them to make sure this is what they like, and then sort of have faith that whoever they're hiring is going to do a good job and not get too involved in what we tend to do, basically.
A very good point. Thank you for that. Speaking about the number of photographers in the industry right now, Dulani, if I can pose this question to you, there's such a range of photographers, right? How do you kind of keep your offering fresh, and how do you sustain your business and make sure young brides keep coming back to you?
As Dimi said too, things are changing fast, so it's just that clear communication, and then you have to first believe in yourself, and then you need to keep yourself, like when it comes to our styles, we do have our own way of doing our job, but it's just that I believe it was never a problem to us, or like me and Dimi, we were in the industry for a very long time now. But it keeps us motivated, and it's great to see new, all with different styles. At the same time, it's the client. So the client needs to research, do a proper research beforehand, and then coming to us and seeing our work, especially. This is the most important thing is the end product. So you need to go through the albums. So that is very important. And so with that, there are so many wonderful photographers out there. So I think all of us, we deliver a very good service, and most importantly, keeping it, it's not only on the day, but giving the service and communication, because most of the brides now, they as soon as the wedding, they either leave or migrate. So that communication, even after they leave, it's very important, so that we can deliver exactly what they want. So this is actually because we are the last vendor, I think. After a wedding, we have a very long way with the client, so not like the florist or the hotel. So our bond with the client from the starting till probably even after they get their kids, so it's just, we are so connected with the client. So that's how over the years we have the trust, the respect, the value. So I think that all matters.
Most definitely. Now, speaking about the long-standing relationship that you do have with the client, I think there's a long-running joke in the industry that the wedding album often comes after the first child is born. Could you tell us a little bit about why that happens?
Okay, like we do understand that people get really, really busy after their wedding. So we do our part to make sure that we send out everything as soon as possible. And from I think 2018, we have actually told clients, we've given them a deadline so that they'll send it back to us fast, because it's very difficult to keep a track of, because we do a lot of weddings, and then it's very difficult to keep a track of everything. And then also there's a risk factor in storing data, because we do have backups, but if you think about it, you usually a hard drive, you get only 3 years warranty. So if a wedding is going to take more than, even if you have multiple hard drives, there's risk there. So it is very important that the client it actually doesn't take that long to do it. Once you sit down to select your pictures, most clients end up doing it in a day or 2 days. It's just, they just take a long time to get to that point. And it's important that we feel that in the first 6 months after the function, it's best if they can send the selection. But sometimes I guess it's difficult for people to do it. Like, we've had clients who haven't selected in 7 years, I think so. But things get a bit, it takes a little while actually. No, not fair to blame the photographer because we do our part as well. And obviously, if we do make a mistake, we always rectify it. But there is a part that we have no control over.
The best part is
actually.
after so many years, we still have the pictures. So
We still have the pictures,
Yeah, that's the
yeah.
best part. So
Yeah.
that's what matters the most.
It's a two-way street. So.
Yeah, I guess after marriage things do get very hectic, but there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Do set aside at least 2 days, 3 days to make sure you pick your wedding photographs so that you can get the album before your first child is born. All right, let us move on to a little bit about pre-shoots for a wedding. There are sometimes, I think there are a lot of trends in Sri Lanka right now where pre-shoots get a little outlandish, a little absurd. How do you walk the fine line between a creative and classy pre-shoot as opposed to it getting a little bit kind of outlandish? If you could, Dimitri, if you could take that question for us.
Me, okay. So it's a little funny you should say that because, like you mentioned earlier, there have been some really garish pre-shoots that have been out there, and I feel it's also kind of what Sri Lankans want. They have this like poke fun at things culture that happens also, and then it's kind of a social media kickoff so that the photographer will be like, yeah, I did that shoot with them doing whatever, and so it's more for the photographer than the couple, I think, and the couple's like, okay, I just want to do something better than my Aki from Candy did, so I want to do something better, and then ultimately it becomes this little bit of a status war, can I say? Yeah. I did something better and better, and then ultimately it comes to a situation where it just like falls off the edge, and then you get those ones out there. But there's a bit of a fine line between creative photography and the dodgy ones out there. So I can't say that because what I think is creative might not be very creative or palatable to somebody else. It's a personal choice, right? I would say. The way I would shoot, approach a client, or how I would shoot a client is not the same way Dulani would, or Aki or Pravi would do it. So each of us have our own methods of doing it. But I'm sure none of the four of us here are going to do most of the stuff that I've seen out there. But my point is, I think this has to go out to the photographers out there. I know most of the wedding couples are listening to this, but the photographers also try and keep it, decent. I mean, yes, we want to have fun. Yes, we want to get there. Yes, we want to get 1 million subscribers on our TikTok channels and stuff, but at what risk? If you are doing it, just say, okay, I'm doing it as a fun gig. It's not a pre-shoot. But then also lots of those things get lost in translation and they think, this is the new trend. And ultimately what happens, the photographer gets blamed, just like the photographer gets blamed for the album not coming off after, 1 year or 2 years or whatever it is. So how I would say we get around it is, if you are doing a pre-shoot, do it for the reason you're doing a pre-shoot. The pre-shoot is for the couple. It's to have memories of the couple for the wedding day, to present it on a wedding day, or for posterity's sake. Or maybe they had to do a photo shoot out on a jungle or something and they can't take the wedding couple to the jungle. So we do a photo shoot in the jungle. Yeah, cool. That's all good. But you need to kind of draw a line and figure out, is this a photo shoot or is it a pre-shoot? So maybe some of those people need to kind of reassemble, reword their shoot saying, this is a photo shoot of a couple, which I did so-and-so, not a pre-shoot. I don't know. This is my idea. Aki, what do you think?
I think you covered everything there, Dimitri.
I think some very valid points. There are definitely some things to keep in mind for future couples as well. Akila, if we could talk a little bit about... I actually forgot my question. Right, we were talking about how we need to keep our photographs clean and classy. What are your top 3 tips for couples out there for keeping it kind of classy in terms of lighting, in terms of props that they use? How do you guarantee that in your photographs as well?
Are we talking about brides in general or like weddings?
Weddings, yeah, of course.
I would say keeping things as simple as possible is definitely the way to go, because for me personally, this can be different from photographer to photographer, from style to style, but for me personally, I would feel like the less is more, right? So even, I mean, as a photographer, like if I'm choosing a background or things that I'm shooting in, I will just choose a much more cleaner background than a more extravagant thing that's like a lot of things going on. So I think what the couples can do, in my part, from what I feel like, is to have a really good attitude. I think that is the main thing that comes to getting a really good, clean, nice photograph. Like, I feel like a lot of couples, they are so worried about how they are actually going to look in that, so they tend to like, they tend to like, they tend to get like really frustrated, and they are so worried about how they're going to look. So in the end, we can see it in the picture. But I feel like the best photographs that I have taken are the couples that who really did not care about what's going on there with me, but instead they were just in the moment with each other, and then they were just keeping things extremely simple and classy. So I think going with an attitude like that towards your wedding is the main thing to getting the best photographs that you can get, because there is no way for us to create good photos if you are looking for natural, candid, the moments, the feeling in that photo. Then it has to actually come through you, like the person who is getting married.
That's beautiful. I think authenticity is something that plays a big role in kind of photographs especially. Pavitra, if you could talk a little bit about how wedding photographers work under so much pressure. I, for the life of me, can't understand or comprehend how you guys work at a wedding. How do you make sure that you capture each specific moment and you're there kind of maybe being in two places at once also? How do you make sure that each wedding is captured to the most effect?
I think it's just to build a really good workflow with the team, make sure everyone in the team knows what their job is once we get there, rather than getting there and then trying to discuss who is going to do what and things like that. So, to be honest, it's a very difficult question to answer, because I think experience is what made us handle stressful weddings. I mean, we've done some really stressful weddings over the last 8 years, especially when there is time is a limiting factor, because one thing people need to understand is there are so many moving parts in a wedding, and if you don't have a planner, things could go wrong. There's always delays happening. So we can't expect everybody to get a planner because of budgets and stuff. So we had to learn to adapt, like how do we keep the client may calm, because that's the most important thing. If they lose their cool, then we don't get good pictures. The whole day is difficult for us as well. So it's a balance of trying to be the counselor and also wedding planner, and then on top of that, bridesmaid. Actually,
I actually want to just barge in there.
Yeah.
So like, I totally understand what you're saying, and I agree with him 100%. And I feel that just getting that vibe, where you're chilled out and not doing anything,
That's true.
that helps a lot. And also, one thing I tell my clients basically is, if they don't have a planner, is look, delegate. Like, delegate
Yeah,
the crap
delegate.
out of the wedding, basically, where on the wedding day, you guys are just like standing there doing nothing, virtually, so that you can enjoy yourself, basically. But here's the little segue where we say, look, if you can afford a planner, get a planner. It makes life easy for us also, because
So at meetings, we usually, one point we always tell them is just to make sure, you guys have a good agenda, that the couple is not involved in any coordination on the day of the function. That will actually, I think 50% of...
more than that, I think.
Yeah, it's done actually. I mean, it takes off a lot of stress from the wedding, because as long as they don't know what's going on, we can do our job properly. I mean, if things go wrong somewhere and they get to know, and then they're always on the phone, and then we also have to give them the space to deal with it. But at the end of the day, we will not be able to get these pictures again, because that's
It's a
only one
one-time
day.
deal.
It's one day, one thing, and that is a lot of pressure for us as well, to try to shape them up and get the pictures so that they have enough pictures for the album. Also, so that we can capture their day, because at the end of the day, maybe 20, 30 years later, that's all they'll have to look back at, So we had to learn and adapt and sort of change the way we work also. It doesn't work for every client. Some days we have to work in 10, 15 minutes, we need to do a shoot. Some days we have 1.5 hours and it's very chilled out. So we expect the worst and hope for the best, and we always do what we can, and then
It's a good one. It's a good
yeah,
one.
because
Can you say
the
that
high
again?
expectations you have that everything's going to work 100% on the wedding is the worst thing you can have, mindset you have. Because once you have that, and if one thing goes wrong, I mean, I'm telling this to couples as well. The smallest thing, even the the smallest thing, right? Even the color of a flower can change the bride's entire mindset the entire day. And just get a good planner so that you don't have to worry too much about your expectations. And then, worst case, you can blame the planner if something happens.
Not the photographer.
That's a very valid point, and definitely something to think about. We do have a live meet and greet happening with a few wedding planners and hotels as well. So maybe we can talk about the importance of wedding planning later on in the day. Akila, if we can talk a little bit about our budgets. Our very practical question that a lot of couples have is, what kind of a budget should I allocate to my wedding photographer? Or rather, what proportion of the wedding budget should I allocate to the wedding photographer? If you could tell us a little bit about that.
I think there's a general misconception here in Sri Lanka that the photography is the least important thing in the wedding. But I suppose on the day it feels like that because you're not getting something immediately. But if you really think about it, at the end of the day, these are the only things that you will have left, maybe your photos or your videos, right? So I feel like, personally in Sri Lanka, I don't think it's like this in other countries, but like I think in Sri Lanka, I think the photography and videography, like that section is very undervalued. But also it depends on what you're getting back. So I feel like you definitely need to, that doesn't mean you need to overpay or like, do anything like that. You definitely have to work within your budget. So I think the first thing to do is you need to understand how important are these pictures to you. Maybe there are some people, they're like, okay, I really don't need so much of photos. I need the entertainment. And so, but if the photos are so important to you, I feel like you need to allocate a higher budget to that and get a good company, a proper company who will give you the proper service and the after service more than anything else. So I suppose the budgets will fluctuate depending on person to person. So a more senior photographer who's been there in the industry for so long, who has more trust and who's more popular, they might be charging way more than a young up and coming guy. But that doesn't mean he's better or this one is better. Like it's just it's very subjective. Like what you have to, how you choose the photographer. But I would say photography is one thing that you shouldn't go cheap on. Because cheap doesn't mean it's going to be good. It's not going to mean it's bad either. It's like it's a small game that you're playing there. But if you really trust and if there's a proper reputation built on a company that you can trust. Okay, we know they are going to do a good job. I wouldn't see any reason why you should go and just get that. So, like you said, the budget thing, it's like, I can't really comment on that and say how you need to allocate the budget, but I feel like you need to understand how important are these pictures for you, because that is what you will have. Right?
Yeah, 20, 30 years from after the wedding, that's the only thing that will remain, and that's something that you can treasure for the rest of your life, for sure. And for my final question, Dulani, if you can take this on, what would you say, how much time should a couple typically allocate for photographs, and at what point of the wedding should that be allocated, considering the number of hours, and as also how fresh the couple needs to look at a wedding?
Definitely all of us agree prior to, because they are mind free and they are so relaxed and everything is so fresh. So I think all of us agree. Before church or before Porua, the time they allocate, stress freely, most importantly, that's because we want to capture their happiness. And the moments that they are together, not with so much of things going on, so that time that they spend with us is very important. So planning things methodically and then giving that time, the time that you spend with your photographer, because we, from the starting, from the time that they're getting ready, till the end we are there. So, but that little time that the time frame is very important, because the more they give us space, we do wonders. So because we all work with a lot of creativity. So that environment, that the peace is very important. So that's what I say, like to all my brides, allocate that time, like that you're very free and you can pose happily, or you can just freely walk. Whatever the time that you give to us is very important, because there's so much that we need to capture within that, because all of us capture parents, a lot of shots are there. So to everyone that I can say is the time that you spend with your photographer prior to your function, plan it ahead, discuss the things that you really want. Some brides, they really like a lot of details. So there are different clients. So all of us, we have to focus on every little detail. So I think it's very important for them to give us that time, because at the end, after so many years, it's the wedding album that they'll treasure forever. With all these planning to everything, this is the most important thing.
Can I add something? Like, but it also, what I completely agree what she says, also the fact that it depends from client to client as well. So there are some clients who want a lot of pictures, and then they send us sample images and stuff like that. But then some just let us do our job. So then we know that with the amount of time that we are used to shooting, then we can actually take what we want. But it's very difficult to say, because we have to accommodate to both these types of clients as well. And personally, we like to finish the photo shoot before the ceremony is done. But then to some clients, of course, meeting at church is a big deal to them. I mean, I know from a photographer point of view and from efficiency point of view, this makes sense to me, but I also have to understand that to some people, meeting first at church, the first look at church is very important to them. So then I think the whole stress factor comes after the church,
So that's
and
what
we are back to square one
part,
again.
like understanding the client.
Yeah, so then but then it's our job as professionals, it's our job to deliver them something, I mean, to keep what they like as well. But I feel like at the meeting, I usually explain it to the client, saying that after church, we don't have much time, but I do understand that you guys have this requirement. So as long as you understand that with this amount of time only we can do the work, and once we're on the same page, only we are able to move forward. Otherwise, I think there's misunderstandings.
Most definitely. All right, some really great advice over here. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is now open to any questions that you may have. Do be sure to pick their brains, because they have been working in the industry for the longest time. So any questions at all are welcome, to clear out any doubts that you may have about wedding photographers in the industry. All right, I think we have answered all questions that they have in store. All good then. Thank you so much, gentlemen and Dulani, for such a fruitful discussion. It was such a pleasure having you on board. I hope you have a great day today. We are also having a panel discussion with the groomswear designers momentarily, so don't go anywhere. I will see you soon. Right now we are at the Planning Paradise stall, where we are with Chris and Azad, the directors of Planning Paradise. We're about to get a little deep into detail about what the Planning Paradise is. Tell us a little bit about your business, when you started, and what kind of things you offer to the industry right now.
Yes, so we are event planners, and we not only do weddings, we also do corporate events and private functions and the like. So why we decided to get into wedding planning and even corporate functions is because the main thing is events are, Sri Lankans are so elaborate, and every detail is important to them because they want it to happen with meticulous detail. So as planners, we take upon that responsibility to provide with professionalism, and customer is prime to us, so we take care of all the meticulous details for our customers. Yes.
I think it's very important to be hiring a planner for your wedding, especially in this day and age where there are so many things that you need to kind of focus on, and being stressed on your wedding day is not something that you want to be, right? Tell us a little bit about how your business has evolved over the years, and what kind of, I know that you do also offer advice to couples for their honeymoon. How do you kind of do that, and how do you have conversations with couples, and what kind of things do you offer?
Yes, so wedding is, the big part of it. But the honeymoon is as important as the wedding. So usually the couple don't focus that much of time that they would invest in focusing on the wedding. So when our packages are offered, we offer them advice on honeymoon destinations. So we have hotels that collaborate with us, down south boutique hotels and the like. So where they offer special concessions to the bride and groom. So because of COVID, overseas travel is a little difficult these days for honeymoon couples, so we focus on promoting Sri Lanka for their honeymoon, and we have some good offers.
That's very exciting. So do be sure to check out the Planning Paradise. Mr. Azad, if you could tell us how our viewers can get in touch with you and what your social media handles are like.
We are on social media on Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, and we have our own page and website as well. So anyone want to contact us on details, you can go through our page or contact us on our numbers.
There you have it, guys. Do be sure to check out the Planning Paradise today and make sure you have a wedding planner at your wedding to make sure you are not stressed out. Thank you so much for your time. Wish you all the very best with your venture.
Thank you.
See you guys on the other side. Thank you so much.
Without his attire. The attire of a man defines who he is, where he comes from, and what kind of history he possesses. So, yes, as I said, an attire of a man is what defines who he is and where he comes from. So, the kingmakers I have for you on stage, and may I invite Fawzul Hamid, the owner of Hamidias and also the managing director of Hamidias. Also, may I take the pleasure of welcoming Asanka Dimel, owner of Lovi Sarongs, and also yet to come Mr. Samira Jairatna and also Abdul Aslam, founder and managing director of Kingsman Studios. Please take your seat, Mr. Fawzul. Thank you so much, gentlemen. So, glad to have you all here. And Asanka is wearing a very nice outfit. All right, yeah. So, I'll be asking a few questions from all of you. So, there is a quote that goes, a man is nothing without the attire, without his attire. The attire of a gentleman is what represents who he is and where he comes from. So, on that note, what do you have to offer to add more value to this quote I just mentioned about a person's attire being a man's definition, a man's attire being the man's definition? So, how would you add value to this quote with what you bring from Hamidias, Lovi Sarongs, and you? So, yeah, who likes to go first? Yes, Fawzul.
It depends on person to person. And for me, when I see a person, I just evaluate and see and then assess, and then according to his background, I decide, because a lot of people have different tastes, different way of wearing. So I always love to give something a man can carry, There are a lot of people these days, they work out, they have good body, good hair, but then when it comes to clothes, they don't add value. So I focus on quality, details, and I try to give them something which can carry. So that is what. So most of the time I see certain time the grooms are overdressing, very fancy, too shining, and they think, I think it's due to maybe lack of knowledge. A good, natural, good quality fabric doesn't shine so much. And so for me, I work on natural thing. I don't want to do anything artificial. And I like to keep more elegant. So that's what I prefer. So I look at the total accessories as well. So that can really add value.
Great. Asanka, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, actually, first of all, I want to thank and congratulate Nelum for putting on this show and all the Brides of Sri Lanka team for all the hard work they've done to bring this event together. And thank you for having me on the panel.
Our pleasure.
And as Mr. Faisal said, the most important thing is when you are, to us at least, to Lovi, is to help you be most authentic self during your wedding. It's a moment, it passes by very quickly, maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes is the main ceremony. In that moment, if you can, how can you make a lasting memory? And that's what we are most concerned about. So to keep you natural, keep you feel like who you are and not some decorated person. Yeah. So that's what I think we are all trying to do in the way you want to imagine yourself to be the man you want to be, so to speak, even. It's an aspirational moment. So that's what Lovi is trying to bring, and I'm very sure that's what Mr. Faisal and Mr. Abdullah is trying to do too.
Great. And Mr. Abdul, if you have anything to add to it.
So first of all, thank you for having me on this panel. I'm truly
Pleasure.
honored. Thanks to Nelum and the team.
Pleasure.
So like what we always say is that a man looks confident in a well-tailored suit. So only when you are confident, you will look good. So when it comes to men and women in Sri Lanka, women know everything about their saris and dresses, whereas men are a little less fashion conscious. So we are trying to change that, and and trying to experiment with new styles, new colors, new silhouettes. So that's what we are trying to do right now. And I would always tell any groom to actually experiment a bit more rather than just going for black, blue, and grays. Because when you see a wedding happening abroad and a wedding happening in Sri Lanka, you see a stark difference. Mm-hmm. There's a huge difference.
You're right. Thank you. Thank you, Abdul. And the next question I would like to direct it to Asanka. Asanka, there had been so many designers who basically create their masterpieces based on so many different attires. So, Asanka, why did you choose the sarong?
Well, like I said, you need to be who you are. You have to be proud where you come from. You have to be able to express who you want to be. And on the day if you're getting married, you're ashamed of who you are or where you come from. That's not a good way to start a new life. And for us, personally for me, I wanted a way to express being Sri Lankan without being Sinhalese or Christian or Muslim or this, just the idea of Sri Lankan. And I think sarong has been here for a long time, even though it comes from outside. And that idea is what kind of gave the idea. And this is not to say that, you should only wear this or any kind of nationalism. We all eat at multiple restaurants. It's like the day, what you feel. So, but the idea you can be as proud wearing a sarong as you wear a beautiful suit from Mr. Faisal or from Mr. Abdullah is the element that I wanted to bring in our Sri Lankan clothing. Yeah?
Right, great. And Asanka, yesterday when I interviewed one of your representatives, I asked the same question and she said, nothing screams Sri Lankan more than a sarong. So that was a very impressive answer. Thank you, Asanka. And also, anything, yeah, go ahead.
No, I should hire her.
Okay, I'll tell you more about it after we finish the letter, this session. And yes, adding a pocket to a sarong. Okay, so how did that concept start off?
Well, it's very simple. Anything that doesn't evolve gets thrown into the dustbin of history. right? So if we want to keep something of this attire or this culture or any part of it, it has to evolve with the way we live and breathe and aspire. Right, so that's, and you can't, I can even not imagine that nobody has done it before or somebody hasn't really promoted it before. I think a lot of people maybe have done it, but maybe not promoted. We just happen to come in the right time at the right place for, most likely just been lucky.
Great. So the next question I would like to direct it to Mr. Abdullah because you've been too silent. Okay, so the question is, in weddings, the bride is always the star and the groom is often sidelined. So how do you bring attention to the groom as well as when designing their outfit?
See, I totally don't agree with that. I always think like the groom should also get some exposure.
True.
And like should be the man of the hour as well. But that doesn't necessarily happen. Like when it's always like in the case of a bride, you spend like compared to the groom, you spend 2 times, 10 times, 20 times more. It's debatable. It's just for a one-day outfit, right? Whereas the groom will always reuse the suit. You'll get more uses out of it. And you need to make sure it's versatile. At the same time, you stand out on the day. So what we try to do is we make sure to convince the groom to go for something very different and to actually spend a little bit more for the quality as opposed to just getting another suit because it's their big day.
All right, thank you, Abdul. And the next question. When it comes to choosing between a 3-piece suit, a more casual laid-back outfit, or a classy, timeless sarong, what factors do grooms have to consider? If Abdul can go, Fawzul can go first, that will be great. Yeah. When it comes to choosing between 3-piece suit, a more casual laid-back outfit, or a classy, timeless sarong, what factors do grooms have to take into consideration?
Yeah, it depends on the concept what they want to do. So when it comes to sarong, I think Asanga is the ideal person. And when it comes to Western or any other men's style, I always work on a theme, but normally brides always want, her ways, because the groom, center stage is the bride, so always the bride, the groom has to follow the bride's concept. So for me, 3-piece nice as well as it's more ceremonial without a basic suit. So if it's a groom, I like to see more luster, more without a basic business suit. So I always see a lot of men wear very basic suits. So when the bride is wearing a bridal, the groom is wearing a normal suit. So I prefer to give them something more added.
Great. And there's another question which is open for all 3 of you. So the one who wants to go first can go first. Okay. So tell us a little bit about men's grooming when it comes to weddings, what they can do before the wedding to prepare themselves.
Okay, I'll take a crack at it. Especially in terms of grooming, I think confidence in that moment is, in that day. First, try to get as much sleep. You're exhausted. It'll look, no matter what you do, if you're exhausted coming on to the wedding morning, not good. If you have a chance, especially I've seen grooms who are challenged with maybe skin conditions and things that are important to take care of. Those things take longer, so at least 3-4 months before even just giving some thought about that, because I've seen you wanted to work out issues that make you internally not feel your best, or this is not a way to glamorize or not, but just to feel comfortable in the moment. So I think grooming, thinking about what you're wearing, maybe even like your hairstyle, those kind of things, working out is helpful.
Great. So the next question I would like to direct it to Abdul. Yeah. So how do you typically approach a groom if you are customizing the design? How do you work towards capturing exactly what the groom wants?
Okay, so first of all, we take their requirements into consideration, and then we advise them based on their body type. Because if a groom comes with a certain requirement and that doesn't look good on his body, he's going to look back on the day, right? So like we give the right recommendation. We do not body shame, but we design it in a way that the groom looks confident and looks good on the day. Because most of the time, clients do come with like pictures off the net of like Europeans, and they want the same outfit done, but it might not be suitable. But we do add their requirements in as well and make sure it's unique to them. So we ensure that every suit that leaves the studio is different and reflects their personality. Because that's end of the day, that's a customized suit, right? So you have your own requirements plus like
Need to be focused on what they want to get, and they should do a research, understand, and get more knowledge rather than just saying, I got this for this much and this much. Because you take example of mobile phone, we know about mobile phone, but when it comes to clothes, especially men's, there is a big question. So you should learn. If you learn, then it will be good, so that it will be easy for you to understand, and you will know exactly what you are getting it.
Yes, Asanka.
Yeah, for upcoming designers, be like Mr. Fausa. Work really, really hard and take long time to build your company, because that's what it takes. It just is that true. In terms of requests for grooms, just come early, stop fooling around, come early.
Come early, all right. Okay.
So the advice to upcoming designers would be not to get disheartened, because there's so many bridal designers in the market. There's a very few menswear designers in the market, but there is scope, and come up with something different and always have perseverance and do not give up. And in terms of advice to clients, like Asanka and Mr. Asanka and Mr. Fauzal said, please come in time and plan in advance. That's a humble request.
All right, so that's the greatest request from all three designers. Please make it on time. Okay, is that clear?
We are the bride every time.
Yeah, of course. The ladies are prioritized. Ladies first, they say, right?
Because ladies plan it 1-2 years in advance. Men come like a month before or a couple of weeks before, and they're struggling, and sometimes they end up with something they don't want because of the time constraint. And we are also we don't really like to be in that situation. We also want to do something different and something nice for their big day. That's why I think we all agree on the time factor.
So stick to the bro code. Anyways, thank you so much, gentlemen. It was lovely having you all here today in this lovely session. So thanking you so much on myself on behalf of Brides of Sri Lanka for making these few moments valuable as much as possible. And for the ones who are watching, thank you so much. And yeah, adding value to their time is also something that you all did. So thank you so much, gentlemen. And yeah, great. So please stay tuned, and we are going to have the next session on hotels and planning. So stay tuned, and thank you so much for being with us.
Gentlemen, we are just about to pick a winner for the first giveaway of the day, which is a 10,000 rupee valued Lovi sarong. And we are with Mr. Asanka right now, who will be doing the honors. We're looking for a gentleman who will be winning a 10,000 rupee Lovi sarong right now. Mr. Asanka, if you could do the honors. All right, can you tell us the name?
Mr. Ajil De Fonseca.
I think that's Avi De Fonseca.
Sorry, Avil De Fonseca.
All right, Avi De Fonseca, do we have you in the house right now? You can come on down to the Lovi stall and claim your prize of a 10,000 rupee Lovi sarong. Until we wait for Avi to show up, we will ask Mr. Asanka a few questions. How are you enjoying your time at the Brides of Sri Lanka show right now?
Well, we're having a great time, and I should thank the Brides of Sri Lanka team and Nelum for organizing this, and the beautiful Golf Face Hotel for hosting all of us. If you are planning to get married, please first read Brides of Sri Lanka, and then if you have time, come today and see some beautiful clothes and beautiful show in the evening.
Thank you so much. Most definitely, Lovi has an incredible stall here as well with a beautiful collection. Is Avi De Fonseca in the house right now? Please make your way down to the Lovi Sarong stall to claim your prize of a 10,000 rupee Lovi Sarong. All right, I think he may have made a move. We will be contacting Avi directly so that you can collect your sarong from Lovi Sarongs directly. Thank you so much, Mr. Asanka. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have giveaways happening throughout the day, so do be sure to drop by the Brides of Sri Lanka stall and enter your name in a coupon and make sure to win big today. Thank you, Mr. Asanka.
Thank you.
We're coming to you from Wedding Week 2022, organized by the Brides of Sri Lanka magazine together with the Golf Face Hotel. And we're about to have a little chat with the one and only Ramzi Rahman of Ramzi's Beauty and Salon. Hi, how are you doing today?
Okay.
All right. Tell us a little bit about Ramzi's. You've been in the industry for the longest time. Tell us a little bit about what you offer and how you offer 360-degree service to brides out there.
See, as you say, of course, I'm in the business for a long time, very long time. My services, even up to now, it's for the bride and the retinue. I still run my salon. I still cut hair. And to be honest, my clients have been coming for the last over 40 years. Of course, to be honest, here and there people are dying, but some of the clients still do come. So when you come to my salon, to be honest, I'm a very personalized person. I do not have a lot of assistants, to be honest. I personalize my work. I have only one salon and I'm very personalized. I handle everything more or less 100%. So when it comes to weddings, I personally dress brides. I design their clothes. So whether it's Canadian, Indian or whatever, I speak to them, discuss with them. So I source the clothes for them. I have my own dressmakers. Of course, then and now it's different, Anisha. In the sense, you see, a lot of people come ideas, they have a lot of ideas on their heads. It's not only them, as you say, the grooms, the mothers. So 4 ideas into one is a little tough. So to make them convincing, now like someone came and said, can I have a look at your albums? So I was thinking, my heavens, if my bride's pictures are not nice, are they see, their ideas, the whole concept has changed now. See, over the years, those days, it was like word of mouth and seeing the real bride, what you do. See, they said, who dressed the bride? Whether it's Ramani or Harris or Ramzi or who it is, then they look at it. But now, see, things have changed. It's on Facebook and photographs and everything. And they look at that. Of course, I'm not a Facebook person or I'm not high-tech as such as that. So they look at all those and see, I wonder sometimes it has the good and the bad. So they look at it and they are quite convinced about it. So I know there was a client who came to me a few years ago and wanted a haircut. And I asked her who's dressing her for the engagement. So she said she was going to someone on Facebook. Mind you, it was all on Facebook.
I think it's very important to...
No, see, to me, if someone makes an appointment and they say they want to get dressed, so I want to know why and for what. Whether it's any occasion, then some client asks, why do you want to know? I said, no simple makeup. It's not a case of simple makeup. Simple makeup means more work. Then, because see, it can be something they are going for, some prize giving or what it is, and the type of sari they wear. So all that, it's not a case of hair and makeup. It's a total look. So you need to know before the client comes. So that's why it's very important when a bride comes to have a chat with them, to know exactly what they want. But I think they are all confused. Confused means there are so many beauticians, so many this and that and everything, and so many ideas. And they want to look, unfortunately, like someone.
I think it's very important to trust your hair and makeup artist, and kind of choose someone who is trusted.
It's good for them to have the ideas. I'm not saying no, they should. But they should also listen to someone and take ideas, because it's tough, because the end result, we need the client. So we need to please them. So it's a little difficult, but trying hard.
Most definitely, communication is very important.
Very, very important. And I think another factor is the price factor. The first thing is they're asking how much. Sometimes I ask them, I don't want to say whether they are running to the marketers. See, I wonder what happens. Okay, I've been in industry. I'm not saying I'm very expensive. I think I'm quite reasonable. And people think I'm very expensive. And what I wonder is this now, if someone is very, very cheap, if that person's work is bad, are they going? So that is a question now. I was looking at some client who went to some studio looking at the packages. They are looking all at packages now. I don't, to be honest, I'm not offering you any package in my salon services. I am giving them a discount, a total discount of 15 to 20% on the total bill. Because see, each bride or retinue differs. See, though we dress a bride, we'll say her church or porus at 3 o'clock on the evening. The photographers need them to be dressed at least 3 hours before. So which means 3 hours, 3.5 hours prior we start. Sometimes it can be 7 in the morning, it can be 12 or what it is. Then mind you, once we finish the church, I personally wait for that 2 hours or what it is till they go to church or what it is and touch up. Now sometimes after church or the ceremony, most brides don't change for the going away. So they want, after cutting the cake, they want their first dance, or they want to take off their veil, as you spoke about yesterday. So they want to take out the veil. So which means you can't let the client do that. So which means we are waiting. So that's why it's important that you have a discussion, know exactly what the client wants, what they want, and then we offer a discount, a package, and then a discount. But sometimes, I don't know, it's tough. They don't come to you.
Definitely.
So you wonder where they go, or someone has probably spoken better, or, but it's tough now. So it's very difficult now.
Some great advice from a legend in the industry. Thank you so much, Ramzi. I hope you have a really good day today. Come on down to Wedding Week 2022 and check out Ramzi's stall for some stellar advice like that. Thank you, Ramzi, and have a great day.
The first wedding planning company to handle large destination and Indian weddings in 2010, and since then takes immense joy in creating amazing experiences for local and foreign clientele in the wedding industry across the country. They specialize in creating and delivering world-class standards with 15 years of experience in the industry. Their strategic vision is to bring Sri Lanka to the world and the world to Sri Lanka. They strive to draw attention in detail in every area, and their emphasis on providing superior customer service, making the event perfect and experience and give the client an experience like no other. And also we have Krishanta Damanupula, the General Manager of Doubletree by Hilton, Veravilla Rajavarna Resort. And also, Dishana Amarasekara. She is the Managing Director of the award-winning boutique hotel and the Thewa Residencies and award-winning restaurants, the Thewa Cuisine in Kandy. So may I have these lovely ladies and gentlemen to have their seats right here so that we can start the meet and greet session. And may I also have Mubarak Ghafoor, the Vice President of Sales and Marketing for Goldfish Hotel Group. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely having you all here today. I thank you all on behalf of Brides of Sri Lanka for being here through your busy schedule to come and answer a couple of questions that are mostly arisen by most of our clients. So, the first question, the biggest question on anyone's mind when planning a wedding is, where are we going to host it? What are your top tips for choosing the perfect wedding location? So, who likes to go first?
Want me to go?
Go ahead.
Interesting question. A wedding is something that you're going to have it one time in your entire life, right? So it's something that you really want to make sure that that particular day is a day that will be remembered forever. So it's a very important day in your life, and you have to make sure that everything needs to be looked at to make sure that it's going to be a memorable day. So it can be the location, it can be the service factor, the reputation, and all these things will come into play. So I would first say, you have a reputation like when it's come to weddings, so you will be looking for a hotel that has a reputation, a hotel that has dished out a fantastic service to go with a beautiful location, because your invitees also should have that experience. Right? So all these things come into play. Then again, the accessibility and so on and so forth. So there are so many things that comes in, but I think that all put together, it has to be an event that will be remembered forever.
So is there anyone else who would like to answer that question? Yes, Janice.
Well, from a planner's perspective, it's one of the first question that we always ask, especially when it comes to destination weddings. With local clientele, we find that most of the time they are very familiar with venues in Sri Lanka. They're familiar with the food and the service that's been offered. So that's not so much of a challenging question for them. They've thought about it through their lives, and they've decided, I want to be married in this ballroom or this garden or this beachside property. But with destination weddings, we ask a few pertinent questions to start with as to what they envision for their wedding, what kind of look they want to create, what kind of atmosphere they want their guests to enjoy. And then we try to match that with properties, and that's the beauty of Sri Lanka actually. We've got so many diverse terrains and geographical locations that can offer multitude of experiences. So we give them those options. We are, depending on the size of the function, of course, we give them the practicalities of the venues in terms of housing their guests, because every guest will need a room. And then food is the next most important question. So, and I'm happy to say that Sri Lanka, all our hotels, but the ones on this stage as well as many others, have in the last 10 years equipped themselves to cater to a diverse range of cuisine requirements. So from Jain food to vegan food to vegetarian to full-on meat eaters. And in fact, we have many qualified and experienced chefs and hotels are more accommodating now, and their kitchens are more accommodating to allow for chefs to be brought from outside to cater to a specific requirement as well. So these are all definite plus points that Sri Lanka and our hotel industry offers the clientele. And so we let our clients know this when they're selecting a venue. We do recce's with them as a first steps. So we sometimes spend 48 hours just on the road going from venue to tasting when they're looking to pick a location. And as Sri Lanka competes with the rest of the region, like Thailand and Goa, that have similar kind of beaches to offer, we try collectively as an industry to set ourselves apart. So that's the answer to that.
So, Mr. Ghaffur, if the question is asked, how to pick the right location? What are your tips? What are your tips? Yes.
Well, it's one's desire where they would like to have their ideal as a memorable day, as Janice and of course Krishanti said, it's about to have that experience. And look, one would like to say whether that is domestic, our local weddings, or an international wedding, they ought to look for somewhere, an outdoor space. This is based on, I'm looking at, pre-COVID situation whereby Goldface Hotel, we do an average of 600 weddings per year, and most of those clients were, the venue when it comes to choosing is most sought after. Besides the food is the outdoor space and the magnificent view of for example, the Indian Ocean and the sunset, and that adds value to the photography, the rest of their life that they're going to spend together as a married couple, and it's a memorable thing. So I think whether it's a local wedding or international, that as a hotelier, we ought to make sure that the event is well taken care of, and you have a dedicated team that could take that stress away. And of course, people, the likes of Janice come into play. You know what, you couples rest, and we are here to take that stress away, and we would execute it in a manner in which that it's absolutely, overwhelms, and at the end of the day, they go home happy. And that's most important. That without being said, the reputation then kicks in. How well and for how many years have you been hosting it, and so on and so forth. And I think, I would stick to that.
Great. Dishana, if you have something to add.
Yes, I think they answered a lot. But I think that moment is a very, very personal moment. And every couple, their requirements are different. So I think the couple should together go and choose a place the ideal place that their magical moment can happen. And I think for a hotel, it doesn't matter whether it's the reputation or how big or how many functions they have done. It's which place can capture that moment for you. And my requirement is different from your requirement. So, and I also think that you have to work with a hotel that can be very personal and curate that event for you, understand you, and build a relationship so they understand what your requirements are, what you are looking for to create that wow moment, and be very accommodating because it's your moment, and to be very flexible. And I think, it depends. So some people like big weddings, but I think with the situation right now, small weddings, curated personal events are becoming more popular. And for me, being the managing director of Theva and having a small boutique property, going forward will be, I think, very ideal location.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Dishana. So, time for the next question. What is the process behind selecting the perfect wedding package for a couple? What elements should they consider when looking for a venue? I'll repeat the question again. What is the process behind selecting the perfect wedding package for a couple? What elements should they consider when looking for a venue?
If you'd like me to start, I think the first part of your question, we've already kind of covered that. But the second part, it's based on where they come from. When I say whether the background, For example, I would say we have Poro weddings, and you have your wedding receptions, and then Velima or Hindu Kalyanam per se. So then it again drills down to the food and the not should I say typology, but their guests, their dietary requirements, and that's the conversation where we involve our chefs and the operations teams, and of course the wedding planners take a huge role in that to make sure the wedding party is that ideal package, and us as hoteliers, we have an experience starting from A to C or D, but it's very much based on what they would like to choose and based on their audience. That's my personal view.
So as a planner, we see all the packages available across the country amongst all the different properties available, and I think it really helps direct a client, gives them a starting point, and much like Mubaz said, you have to see what suits you. So the packages a lot of the times allow for that, and I mean, unlike before, say 15-20 years ago, where couples and families didn't eat out a lot, and coming to a hotel was less frequent. Nowadays our clientele is far more educated in food cuisines. They eat out a lot, they cook a lot, they follow a lot of famous chefs, so they are familiar with food, they're familiar with cuisines, they're familiar with dietary requirements, so they are a lot more educated than a couple of years ago. And so we as industry service people, we have to also be very well aware of what the requirements are and help them navigate through this process. And the packages that hotels offer are a good starting point. And then from there, they are all very accommodating to customize them to the requirement of the couple. And that has been, I think, one of the good things. No hotel says, oh, you have to go with this and this alone. We're happy to swap a dish or two. We're happy to add on things when needed. So I think as a hospitality industry, Sri Lanka is very hospitable.
Yeah, adding on to that, there was a time you had so many packages on offer. But since of late, most of the hotels, they do have packages to start with, but they are trying to customize it, right? And if you look at our hotel, Double Tree Hilton Veeravela, we do have 3 packages, but then again, we have pool of items that the couple could choose. And we are very flexible. There was a time that hotels were not flexible because chefs say, so we don't have stuff. But nowadays, things have changed, evolved. So we are very flexible. Actually, it's their function, right? We have to serve what they want, not that they have to enjoy what we are trying to offer to them. So to make it a successful and memorable event, so we had to offer them what they want. And as hoteliers nowadays, we are very flexible on that to ensure that they have this so-called memorable day. Thanks.
Thank you, Krishanta. Dishana,
Yes.
if you can add something.
So being a boutique hotel and being a small property, we don't do packages, and I don't also like the word packages because it kind of puts you in a box and makes you have to choose between 1 or 2 things that they ask you to do, because it's, like I said, it's a very, very personal thing. And also when it comes to food now, there are so many dietary requirements depending on what spiritual practice you have, to health issues. So I think for me, we haven't done much weddings, but when we have, it has been very small events, and food plays a big part for us. And I like to sit and have a conversation. I like to get to know you. I like to know what you like, what you don't, and then kind of work with you and come up and curate. It's all about curating what's best for you.
Great. So we move on to the next question. Tell us a little bit about timing for a wedding. When can they set up? How long can they party until? The timing of a wedding. when can they set up and how long can they party until?
Okay, so once again, for my hotel, being a small property, we also have rooms, and it's Teva is situated in a very quiet area, so I can't really have a function and have rooms operating at the same time. So if we were to give, we can have maximum of maybe 30 to 35 people, and they will have to book the whole hotel. And ideally, I won't be able to do anything after 10:30 because it's in a very quiet neighborhood. So my events would probably be a lunch or a dinner, but more of a sit-down, very intimate dinner or a lunch.
Lovely.
I think it's from property to property it differs, right? So if I take my hotel, our ballroom is situated away from the guest rooms. So we would be able to allow them till about, if it's an evening dinner function, till about 1 o'clock or so. But then again, if it's a luncheon till 3, depends on the next booking. So there are certain days, auspicious days, that you have back-to-back functions. So once you finish your luncheon function, like you have to arrange your ballroom for the next function. So that can be a bit tricky. So depending on the availability, as I said, we are flexible. But especially as Dishana said, like certain properties, the accommodation is next to the ballroom or the function area. So then you have to be a bit careful. Other than that, we are more than happy to ensure that the function flows. Yeah. Next one.
Very much as he said, it depends on property to property, and it depends on location, countrywide location to location, because for us, we service a lot of foreign clients. We service a lot of destination weddings as a planner. So we know which geographical areas or which sea belts that allow us to go on longer and which don't. So that is one of the criteria when picking a venue as well. So going back to your earlier question. Generally from my experience for going on till late, especially if you're looking on a party, most ballrooms in Colombo allow you to go on till 5, 6 in the morning, which we have had clients to do that as well. Like you said, if it's a lunch function, of course, there's a cutoff of 3:30. But outdoor venues, Sri Lanka does have a regulation that sound cannot go on beyond 10, but loud sound, so that's concerts, things like that, you have to get special permission from the defense or the police of the vicinity, the regional police, which they do give on exceptions. So again, it depends on the date, depends on the location, depends on the disturbances that it could cause to the neighbors. So there are a lot of elements that play with that, and therefore that is a very important question when selecting a venue. So if the client is looking to go until very late, then they have to pick a venue that allows for that.
Well, to my understanding, an average wedding would end up by 11 o'clock evening or half 11. There are exceptions would like to go. The exceptions are, again, based on our experience, let's say a destination wedding has 300 guests. They occupy 150 of our bedrooms, and the entire place is theirs. They want to party all night, be my guest. And that's because it is not interrupting or disturbing any of our other guests who are sleeping. When I say interrupting, because when our guests sleep overnight and they understand, or their understanding is that traditionally weddings will be done by 10 o'clock. Here we have an extension. So that may then become an issue and causing an uncomfort moment. There's a fine balance there. So we ought to make sure that whilst we make sure the wedding party's event is memorable and a great enjoyable moment, at the same time our other guests in other areas are also treated in the same way, so that, as absolutely correctly said, it differs from one hotel to another and based on the type of client and so on and so forth.
Great, thank you, Mr. Ghafoor. And the next question. When COVID has challenged every industry worldwide, how would you ensure hygiene on every wedding buffet? Are there any standards that you follow?
Yeah, yes, of course. We have been given health guidelines. And it's important that we ensure safety and security in an event. So we check the temperature, then we have hand sanitizers, and also we were not using napkins for sometimes. We used to wear paper napkins. And when it's come to the buffet, we had staff members serving the buffet instead of the guests serving from the buffet, to ensure that they don't, have any contact with the spoons and so on and so forth. So, whatever the guidelines that are being given to us, especially when it's come to seating arrangements and so on and so forth, we have kept the distance. And also, there were guidelines saying that 50% of the capacity could be utilized for the function and so on and so forth. So we do all these things. We don't compromise safety, because end of the day, we are responsible to ensure this pandemic goes away from the site. Thank you.
So for us, anyway, we can't have more than 25, 30 people. And we also follow all the guidelines that have been given. And we've only had very small, like I said, very small curated family weddings. So it hasn't really, been a big problem for us.
I think we are all very proud the way in which the Sri Lanka Tourism Development Authority has sort of executed the whole safe and secure certification process. I'm going back to that because it's very important. That it sent a very powerful message to international travelers as well as the domestic travelers. So what does it mean then? We have ticked the boxes that every hotel, the safe and secure certified hotel, must adhere to health and the safety protocols. So that when you're talking about the health, then it is in consultation with the local health authorities, as well as the guidelines that have been put out by the Sri Lanka Tourism Development Authority. And of course, all our hotels, we do adhere to that. And having about 80% fully vaccination on the adults, I think that's also a great additional thing for us to be proud of, and we must leverage that. And that is why we're seeing more people are coming to Sri Lanka, and we're yet to long way to be at a pre-COVID level. However, it is a good sign, a positive sign towards that, to achieve the goal.
I agree 100%. I think the strategy the Tourist Board took in certifying the hotels was a very good step forward for us and this industry, and that has helped us be more inviting and more open, and sustaining that security and safety for not just our foreign but our local guests as well. And I think, again, from my experience of working with multiple venues and locations, people are a lot more conscious of the need to be safe and secure. They're more vigilant, and I think our numbers are also demonstrating that. In terms of the infected rate that we are seeing. So we hope we continue to be on this steady path of being post-COVID era.
Great, thank you so much, Janice. Well, every couple wants to make their wedding unique. May it be the location, may it be the dresses, may it be any aspect that relates to their wedding, they want it to be unique. So in that way, in that sense, what do you have to offer for a couple, for their wedding, the big day, to be unique?
That's a challenging question, by the way. It's very personal. But, an example could be, let me take you back to pre-COVID level, whereby we've had a destination wedding. The girl is, the husband and wife now, girlfriend and boyfriend, lived in Dubai, or lives in Dubai now, they do. Groom was from India and the bride was from Pakistan. And so we housed the groom side and the bride side were at the Shangri-La, our neighboring hotel. And it was an amazing and a milestone wedding. geographically as well as the politically. But for us, for more than anything, that bringing these two individuals together and make their day so memorable. And then the next day, I saw the parents of the groom, and the mother literally cried, and so happy and grateful that the whole thing was achieved, and it was obviously the hotel that and the rest of the wedding planners and the rest of the team helped accomplish that. So to see that moment is what I would feel, you make your someone's day special or make their life, the rest of their life so happy, but beside the food and everything else. So that's personally for me, struck.
All right, great, thank you.
I think there's no one thing that makes it unique. There's always one or two elements that makes it different and fun and exciting, but it's the combination of everything that coming together, from the venue, the food, the experience, the music, the overall experience that the guests and the couple have. And that's where planners and hotels and all other vendors actually contribute in bringing this together. I'm a firm believer from the time I started planning that we don't run the show. We collaborate with partners to bring the show alive. And I keep calling it a show sometimes because from our perspective, we are the behind-the-scene workers. We are the behind-the-scene directors and orchestrators, and they are the actors on stage. Maybe it's my dramatic kind of outlook to life that makes me look at weddings like that, but it's a fun way for me to work with them. And I think, very much like Bumba said, it's when we started this expo, I had one of my previous clients from last month message me and said, "Oh, you're doing this, and it makes me want to get married all over again." And she sent me this message, and it's moments like that that make it really precious for us as well. And we all do it because we love what we do. So when you love what you do, you end up doing a fabulous job at it. And you do it with passion, and we do it with excitement and new ideas. And this industry is a creative industry. So when people are generally creative, so if you love for that and you work well with your client, you can produce some amazing, unique experiences. And we are blessed to be in an island that also contributes to that. We have to nurture that a lot more and be able to bring that out for our clients.
Yeah, tricky question, but let me talk about my property. If you want something unique, or unique wedding, I think we are located in Veeravela, unknown area, a southern part of Sri Lanka, in front of a beautiful lake. There's a trend now, maybe with COVID, people would like to have outdoor events, right? Or we have a beautiful lake, and you can have a wedding by the lakeside or something like that, or we have a beautiful garden, or something like we have a nice rooftop. Maybe you want to bring the couple in a bullock cart, or I don't know, you name it. We can make it unique in many ways. So just at what they would like to have it, and then we can create those magical moments, I would say.
So for Theba also, I always believe this tagline, creating magical moments. And I think I try not to say no. And I always tell my staff also, we have to do the impossible. I thrive on that anyway. So if every time there is something and if they think that you can't do it, I will try to find ways that you can. And I think it's interesting because we had I still remember a German couple who came down and they had no family here, but they were taken up by the Kandyan culture and they wanted to have this wedding, just both of them. To get the dancers, to get the drummers, she wanted to be dressed, he wanted to be dressed, and to have the polo ceremony. So basically, they said, can you do this? But we don't have anybody. I said, don't worry, my staff will be your family. So my resident manager walked her, and for the registration, we had the staff. So it was really, really special. So we ended up playing family for her for that day, and it was a magical moment for her, and she still writes to me to say that that was one of the most amazing experiences she had. So I think if there's any opportunity, I mean, we have a wonderful view. We are surrounded by mountains. It's very romantic. You can have all that, but it's what you make someone feel. And I think that feeling to create that magic is very, very important.
Thank you so much for sharing that lovely experience. And the next question, I would like to direct it to Janice. So, what is your experience working with destination weddings in Sri Lanka? What are some of the most interesting or lavish weddings you have hosted to date?
Destination weddings are definitely experience because it opens us up to a lot of different cultures and different family backgrounds which we aren't necessarily familiar with. So it's a lot of learning for us as well. For me, I love it. It's a couple of days of a lot of sleepless nights and on your feet, but it's being able to create those moments. It's being able to create an experience that will last them a lifetime. In terms of lavish weddings, we've done some really crazy stuff through the years. From big fat Indian weddings has been a lot of it, and we've flown down bands. The Indian community is very familiar with one of their most popular comedians called Veer Das. He very secretly got married in Sri Lanka with his family and friends, which was fun for us. We all had to sign non-disclosure agreements and things like that initially. So that was a crazy big fat Indian wedding, an untraditional one because they did things very differently. We've flown down various celebrities to perform at these weddings. I flew in a Russian ballet group once for an event to perform Swan Lake at a private function. I've brought down some interesting other entertainers. But apart from that, it's the guests and the family that makes it wonderful, really, and makes the event what it is. We provide the support structure, the space, the place, and of course, in collaboration, the food and beverage. But helping them create that moment is what we do. And I think Sri Lanka is really amazing that way because we accommodate a lot of things, and we're not so restrictive in terms of what can and cannot be done. We have various religious priests of different denominations that can help with bringing together a beautiful ceremony for couples. I have worked with a lot of Hindu priests and a lot of Sindhi Pandits that accommodate the various castes that come from India, because India is a big clientele for Sri Lankan tourism and wedding tourism. So that's definitely something Sri Lanka has to offer. Apart from that, we have amazing, talented entertainers and photographers, videographers, makeup artists that can source and supply things that they can probably not get in some parts of the world. So Sri Lanka being Sri Lanka, and from time immemorial, we are really well positioned and well equipped to supply and support any form of wedding that chooses us as a destination. So I'm happy to say as a planner, we can connect people with, connect suppliers and vendors to clients and help them create these moments.
Thank you, Janice. And the next question, I would like to direct it to Mr. Ghafoor. Yes, Mr. Ghafoor, how do couples select the perfect menu? Having done weddings for such a long time, what is the ideal menu to have at a wedding, considering the balance of starters and meats?
Well, Marcus, I think we demonstrated the first question and the second question, but when it comes to the dietary, whether that's starches or the other thing that's mentioned, what we ought to focus on, I'm going to give as an example, let's say. I am not ignoring our domestic market. It is our bread and butter. And we know the palate and what their territory to most extent. But let's go across the ocean and you look at a destination wedding. And I'm going to again pick one of our Indian guests, Jain wedding. it's one of those weddings requires very specific, detailed menus, because it could go for 3 or 4 evenings, starting with your mehendi, is that right? So welcome dinner, and then you go into do your sangeet, mehendi, sangeet, mandap, then you go into do your last wedding reception dinner. And each one of those need to be curated to meet their very specific religious, spiritual requirements beside the palate. So that takes an awful lot of expertise from the chef and the culinary team. Then you look at your wedding planners and their input into how that needs to be executed. So that's how I would see it, because it's different from one society to another, and within the country there's various requirements, and that has to be met. It's a task where you curate it and meet your requirements, like Ms. Deshani mentioned. It's how you become adaptable and of course understand what their real requirements are and try to accommodate that. So it becomes then bespoke. So that's how I would see it.
Thank you, Mr. Kauf. So the next question, I would like to direct it to Mr. Krishanta. What is your capacity to host a wedding, and how equipped are you to host a large wedding? How do you ensure comfort after long travel times?
Second question, well equipped. Yeah, we do have a ballroom. If you look at the capacity, like we can go up to 500 pax, banquet style, right? It depends how you want it. The ballroom can be divided into 2, partitioned into 2, and we could have easily 250, 300, etc. Plus, then we have a huge garden, 14 acres of beautiful, lush greenery. So we could have outdoor weddings as well. It can go up to around 150 to 300 pax. Then we have had weddings on the rooftop as well. So there are so many, other than the ballroom, there are so many other venues in the hotel premises itself. And the next question is the distance. Right, let me put it this way, like when you, from Colombo, you can take the highway, and from the Mattal exit, it's 15 minutes. There's no stress, it's a highway. Like, I mean, I would say, like, if you want to go to Colombo on a busy day from Kottawa, it would take 2 hours. But on a normal day, you can reach our hotel within 2.5 hours, right? I mean, once you reach the hotel, then we will look after the rest. I mean, the lush greenery, the beautiful scenery will definitely, take out the stress factor from you for sure, and you are ready to enjoy that particular event. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Now, this is a question that can stir up a little bit of drama. So, yeah, the question is, if there is something as handy as Brides of Sri Lanka wedding portal, why would someone hire a wedding planner as opposed to planning one alone? I'll repeat the question again. If there is something as handy as Brides of Sri Lanka wedding portal, why would someone hire a wedding planner as opposed to planning one alone?
Would you like me to put my perspective onto this?
Yes.
Right. So, to my understanding, the Brides of Sri Lanka wedding portal, it's an amazing platform, an online platform that brings communities, the wedding communities together. So when one, let's say a couple, potential wedding couple, is looking to have their wedding, they could go to the Brides of Sri Lanka portal, whereby they can shortlist my venue desired, my photographers, to cake, to wedding planners, to fashion designers, so you have the one-stop online. The difference here, the wedding planners are extremely important, and that's because they're the one who is going to execute it. So taking the stress away, having selected X, Y, and Z vendors, hand over to the wedding planners, So they then work hand in hand to make that day so memorable. So you need that human touch. That is where the wedding planners, the details, and the rest of the execution becomes paramount. And there is no, how should we say, competition between these two. They work hand in hand, and they're both important. And that's my personal perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you, Muba. I couldn't have said it better myself. But he's absolutely right. When wedding planning started in Sri Lanka properly, to about 15, 20 years ago, and people began familiar. Hotels initially, certain hoteliers thought we were in competition with them, and it took a couple of years, but the understanding was created: we don't compete, we collaborate. And very much like that, the portal is a tool to help. It's a tool that actually would help a planner, because it's a matter of saying, so as a planner, we would generally give our clients options. These are top 3 photographers we'd recommend, top 10 photographers, top 10 makeup artists. But here we don't have to do that. We can say, here's a portal, check them out, narrow them down, shortlist them. We'll check their availability, or you can check yourself. And we'll help you. Once they selected it, that's when the work starts. So planner has multiple roles the planner plays. Sourcing vendors is one, yes. So if it's being done to a portal, that helps us. 2 is working the details out with every single vendor, from timing to payments are the last thing actually, but styling, how they're going to be doing it, what process they're going to be using for this customized wedding. Then, of course, the concepts and developing themes and styles and visuals is a big role the planner would also play, and putting them together eventually. What type of flowers they're going to be using, what type of linen, how the napkin is actually going to be folded, is it going to be rolled, is it going to be a opera house, the multiple minor details. And those are details that the planner helps the client bring together with the other vendors and their support. So the roles are very different. And once you get into planning your own wedding, Marcus, you will understand that you will need both. So it's very simple, actually.
So yes, Krishna.
Yeah, very important too. Since a lot of things being said, let me put another perspective into the picture. From the hotel side, it's much more easier to organize a wedding with a planner, because they are professionals in that field. As against, let's say you want to deal with bride's party or the groom's party, right? Sometimes information might, clash with other. So with a planner, you may not have that situation, because they will sit with both parties and put all the information together and present it to the hotel. And so they are experienced in doing that. And from the hotel side also, we feel very comfortable, and then we can ensure that what's been planned is executed. Thank you.
Yeah, this is
I just wanted to add one more thing, which I find that people miss out, is that planners also play a very important role in keeping the peace during weddings. I have actually had brides hire me, because I've done multiple weddings in their family, and they say, Janice, we can plan this wedding, we have no issues, I can do it, but I have seen how you guys have managed the families. And I thought she was joking when she first told me this, but through to date, every day run up to the wedding, her mom or his mom would call me with some complaint or some disgruntled situation that they've had to deal with, and I would kind of have to balance that out and keep the peace, so neither party got upset. And so much to her word, it was definitely the role we had to play in that particular wedding. And it's also a very unique role that not any of the other vendors can actually play, because they specialize in other areas. So I find that sometimes I need to send my team for counseling courses to know how to manage. And just to add incident, I had a couple once between the Poro ceremony and the reception wanted to call the wedding off. They got into a fight between the Poro ceremony and the reception, and I remember we had to delay the reception by about an hour, but I actually stood with them, and I had to actually run a counseling session between the two of them and kind of bring them to a place of peace and understanding and get them to the reception. And of course, me, because of how I function, I waited till after the wedding was over. They went off and they came back, and I sat them down and I gave them another lecture, saying, like, guys, time to grow up a little bit now, but you are now married, you are a family, and then it's just helping them reprioritize, because sometimes they get so wrapped up with the day and the elements, they too can forget what's important. And so the planner does play roles like that. Sorry, Dishana.
No, that's okay. And I think we have to thank the wedding planners, because as a hotel, there's already enough stress trying to get the place, organize the food and the operations. So when you have one center point to do all that, and like you said, it's a lot of emotions also going on, as much as good ones. There are a lot of stressful ones as well. So having someone handle all that while we give what we can do best, it's like you said also, it's a collaboration. We have to all work together. The platform is there to bring like a directory of all the communities together, but we need that human touch at the end of the day, that personal service to be able to talk. So I think everyone plays an important role.
Right. So, my final question for the day. Well, if there is something that you would request, if there is an earnest request that you would want to make from one of your clients, what would it be? You may have encountered on so many occasions where you wish that the client wouldn't do this or wouldn't do that, or I wish the client would be like this or be like that. So if there is something that you would want to request the client, what would it be?
I would say consistency, like be consistent, know what you want, and then let us deliver it, but without changing their minds continuously, because then it's very difficult, because it's not easy for us to do our part to get that thing going. So be consistent, know what you want, and let us do the job to give that to you. That would be mine.
Tell us what you want. Wedding planners are there. Give us ample time for us to prepare, because last minute changes can ruin quite a lot of things, right? So we don't want last minute surprises, right? So give us the information. We will ensure that we will exceed the expectations of the couple, right? So information, consistency, right, and clarity would take us there. Thank you.
So basically, you want a final plan without any changes,
so we know
that you can execute that. Right. Okay. So no amendments to the plan.
No, you could, provided that we have, let's say, 250 packs. If it becomes 400 packs within 4-5 hours notice, sometimes it might not work, or something of that nature. Yeah. Thanks.
Understood.
Because our perspective is always slightly different, my general final word to the client on the day or this thing just before is trust your vendors. You've come a long way discussing, negotiating, changing, and finalizing. Now trust them, let go, and enjoy your day. Enjoy it and absorb every moment of it.
Yeah, in addition to all of that, I think it's the empathy towards the hoteliers, for example. Am I asking for too much? Well, look, put yourself into hotelier's shoes and think whether that request is doable. If it's doable, we'll make it happen. So that's what it is. Summary.
All right. Okay then. So that wraps up our question and answer session with you all. Thank you, Mr. Ghafoor and Janice, Krishanta and Dishana for being a part of this lovely event and sharing your valuable comments and your dialogues with us. And on behalf of Brides of Sri Lanka, I would like to thank you all and wish you all the very best with your future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
start off from a decor perspective, actually, with Miss Dilshara over here. Decor is such a big question when it comes to couples and planning their weddings, right? They wouldn't know where to start from.
Yeah.
From the centerpieces to the pourure, what are some elements that you have to consider when a couple is thinking about decor for their wedding?
First of all, I think they should understand what they really want on the wedding day, whether they want something elaborate or something simple. It all depends on the venue as well. And actually think about their budget as well, just a little before they meet the vendors, so that it's easy on the vendor also. Then we know when they come to us, there's a specific a budget they're looking for, then we can also propose certain decors and things we can help around with them.
I understand that Blooms also caters to a variety of different budgets. Whatever the budget that they have in mind, you make sure that you may cater to the couple. How do you kind of discuss and see what elements would go for a couple according to their budget? I guess it's a lot of communication to begin
Communication, and I do samples very closely with them. Then I know exactly what flowers they like, what they don't want. So by that, it's easy on both of us.
Definitely. Ms. Manjula, if you could tell us what kind of flower trends are we seeing right now for 2022? What are people getting into these days?
It depends actually. So mainly it's roses, tell you frankly. It's available every month, every year. So the expensive part is, it's orchids, it's very expensive. And roses is mainly tell.
All right. Talking about the expensive flowers these days, I think we're facing a bit of an issue with the fertilizer problem when trying to grow flowers. How are you tackling that right now?
Of course, I'm lucky we have flowers to tell you. So far, I don't have any problem with the flowers. So that's it. So anyway, my client happy with everything what I given them. So that's about it.
That's amazing. Dilshara, I understand that you grow your flowers as well. How are you tackling this fertilizer issue right now?
It's not that easy on us because we grow in a large extent of land. So, and we have different varieties of flowers growing. And we have new varieties such as snapdragons and lysianthus growing, which require a certain amount of fertilizer and different depending on the soil pH level and stuff. It's not just like roses, they're like little babies when it comes to the growing part of it. Yeah.
I can imagine seeing them kind of from the nursery stage up until where it is at the pourure. It must be a very interesting experience for you as well.
Yeah, the feeling is unexplainable when you see it growing in my home and it's brought here and then it's seen on a decor.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Let's put a pause on the decor and flowers conversation for now and let's move on to Mr. Jerome over there. If we talk about cakes, I understand that couples have a choice between doing a massive structure or a real cake. There are a lot of people who sometimes spend a lavish amount on a huge structure as opposed to serving a real cake at their wedding. What would you advise couples to do and kind of what would you say is the best option?
What I would say is everything at a wedding should reflect the personality of the people who are getting married. Okay? So if you are a basically outgoing person and a bubbly person, you need to give that in your event. So massive cakes were in trend a couple of years ago, right? And I was the person who used to love creating these huge structures. But what happens right now is something with the COVID coming in and the events becoming very intimate, the cakes have they keep on shrinking. But I don't see there is any difference between a massive cake and a small cake, because what is created is something reflecting the personality of the people, of the couple. Because I would like to go to an event and then basically feel the people whom I know, rather than going to something and then seeing something bizarre, right? So, but then there are people who actually want larger cakes, because from the era of Victorian era, the taller the cake and from where it starts reflects how how big you are in society, right? Especially royals, they start their cakes from the floor and then it ends up like, quite tall. So if you are a person who wants a flamboyant sort of like, large cake, go for it. Because if that is your personality, yes. But if you are a person who is very elegant, simple, and sort of like, so go for something, even a single tier would actually justify.
Definitely. Authenticity is something that a lot of suppliers in the industry want to guarantee. If over your years in the industry, what are some of the most craziest structures you've had to do? If you could recall one or two for us.
So I would say like craziest in the sense like, there were quite a lot of memento, cakes which I had to create. Like one occasion, actually I had to replicate a particular design on a cake. And the couple was from London, and actually what attracted this girl towards this boy was this design on his shirt at a bar. And then she sort of like, walked up to him, and then he thought that, she was making a pass at him. And that led them for a conversation, and then it ended up in a marriage. And so that particular design was the main key element of this whole wedding. So I had to sort of like, work something around it. And I really love doing things like that because there is a meaning to it, right? And of course, there was one couple who actually wanted, their whole wedding was a traditional wedding, which was wrapped around the traditional perahara. So, and then they even came to the wedding in a perahara. So when they come and say, we want a perahara, I just don't want to give a perahara on a cake. It's basically something very artistic, like, so I just managed to give a very good sort of like, creative way of the perahara. So at a glance, when you look at the cake, they know, this is a perahara. I just don't want the things sort of around it to be the elements of it.
That's amazing. What's your creative process like when you approach each project? Like, how do you make sure that you're keeping it classy, but also giving the couple what they want? How do you make sure, what is your process basically?
Okay. So what I basically do is, I would like my clients to come to me when they have actually decided on what they really want on the other elements of it, because a wedding cake will never decide on the style of a wedding. It's always the other way around. So I would like them to come to me at the latter stage where they have decided on everything, right? And exactly to know what they really sort of like, would want. And when these elements comes together, sort of like, that's how I sort of like, start creating something which is uniquely for them, right? Unless they have something, specific design which they have already had in mind. So that is something which I would sort of like, go along with.
On a practical level, how much in advance should a couple approach someone who's doing a cake for them? How long do you need to kind of make that image in your head and kind of do the product as well?
The time is mainly for construction, right? That's what I always say. You tell us in advance, we are mentally ready to actually take up any challenge, right? Not that it is not always the same. You get people coming at least like, a few days before, right? So, but then you are sort of like, geared up, and if you have a very sort of like, supportive team, you can actually pull it through. But I always say like, come as early, if you have decided, right? And if you have made up your mind and everything is in place, for me, I would say come as early as possible, right? So then we are mentally stable, sort of like, to sort of like, we are equipped to sort of like, do a perfect job. And I think in your previous question, I would like to say like my approach to a person is I actually believe that I would do the best for myself, for my family, my friends. So my key thing is actually getting to know the client well, right? Because sometimes I have not seen them before, right? And I work on this theory like if I love somebody, I do my best. If I hate somebody, I do my best. If I'm scared of somebody, I do my best, right? So let it be any reason, right? So I try to do my best on my creation. So the key point is starting a relationship. I go to the depth of what they dress, everything, which sometimes, like, you know, my assistant asks, like, why do you bother about all these things, like, you know. But that is the way, because when I'm actually working on the creation, I need to remember these people, you know, and then I do my best on that.
Most definitely. Ms. Manjula, if you could tell us how long typically should a couple approach you to do their flowers and their decor, and how much time do you need to kind of do your process as well?
Oh, you mean the
flowers.
orders? Yes.
Yeah.
So at least they have to order 3 months before. So we can do the best for that, you know. The earliest is possible, it can do the best. Or else 1 week I never get. I mean, definitely I'm not in, because we are not taking much weddings. So we have to do the best. So the bride is for day, that's her day, you know. So we have to think that.
Most definitely. You also deal a lot in natural flowers.
We do.
Yeah. How do you
tell you frankly, I'm not doing artificials. So we do fresh flowers.
How do you keep it looking fresh throughout an event, and
So
how do you
we
kind
do
of...
last minute. That's why we are not taking much weddings.
That must be very stressful for you.
Very much, very much.
Yeah, but it's amazing that you can pull it off.
Exactly.
Definitely. All right. Dilshara, if you could tell us a little bit about now, I think the industry has suffered the past year. It's been very difficult for a lot of people. How did you deal with the fact that after you have spoken to a bride, after you have confirmed prices, and the economy kind of crashes a little bit and things get more expensive, how do you deal with that? How do you kind of have that conversation with your brides as well?
One, it depends on the bride as well, because they have to be a little understanding in this point. Last year there were so many weddings that got postponed because of the COVID issue, and some family members couldn't make it for the wedding. So they have already paid in full, and suddenly it got postponed to December, November. So weddings like that, it was really difficult to ask them more because one is they have already paid for it, and even for me it's like a new thing that happened, and it was like there was a miscommunication there. Some couples were willing to pay a little more, but some they didn't want to. So we had to bear that cost and somehow finish the job for them. Yeah.
Sorry, excuse me. Yeah, so empathy is a very important role that plays in these weddings as well. Sorry about that. Mr. Jerome, if you could tell us, what is your take on platters and sweet tables at weddings these days? I think people do want to kind of branch away from, actually add on to the cake as well and do a sweet table. Was that something that would be interesting for you to do? Is that something you encourage couples to do as well?
Well, the interesting part, yes, it is very interesting, right? And I would say, like, yeah, it was a trend. And it's a trend which is happening right now with birthdays a lot, and it is catching up with the wedding industry also, right? It's something that, you know, for me, a wedding is like Christmas, right? So people go out of the way to sort of celebrate it. So most of the couples, I mean, if you really want to sort of like, you know, help your, treat your guests, they will do anything, you know, to make them happy. So sweet tables and even the wedding favors. Actually, those days it was just one wedding favor. It had a deep meaning to a wedding favor. It was just 5 almonds, which represented 5 different blessings, right? But now it is like, you know, some weddings they have like, you know, 3-4 favors, which you need actually a bag to carry. But I'm a person who loves to treat people. So for me, having a candy table or a sweet table or a dessert table is something I would say go for it, right? Because this is the way that you show your love, you know, to your clients. And of course, as a chef for me, like, you know, it's something where I can actually pour out my creativity into things like that. Because I love doing these mini versions of things like, which can complement the large wedding cake as well.
Yeah, that's amazing. And for my final set of questions, I'd like each of you to answer me. Is there something that you would request from your future clients, something that kind of would help your working relationship get better in the future?
Well, my biggest thing is I always didn't understand this. Clients pay you sometimes big amounts to come. And they come to you and then they direct you. Of course, we need directions, but then you're a professional and you have been doing this for a while and you know what you're doing. So I would say give a little bit of sort of like room for the creative person to be creative, right? You're paying us and we have to do our job also. I think in the previous conversation I heard Janice saying that, you know, clients have to trust their vendors, right? So they need to trust and give us the freedom, sort of like, you know, to do our things. Because for us, it's not, for the client, maybe it's just one wedding, but for us, we have done quite a lot and we are having experience in what is, you know, right? And so I would say, like, you know, first trust and give the professional the due respect, sort of like, you know, to do the job. Of course, we start on what they need, right? And then we could say it's not like, you know, I used to work sometimes like, you know, there was a time that I used to work, okay, it's my idea, you better buy it, right? But then later on, I sort of like thought, no, this doesn't work because I need to respect the personality of this couple, so I need to replicate. But then, yes, it's like ask for a perahara, but I don't want to give a perahara. I want to give an indirect thing. So that's where the client needs to sort of like, you know, say. And then before you meet a vendor, you know, you should have an idea on what you want. Because, I mean, you need to excuse me because sometimes I call my clients, they are kites. They don't have direction, right? Because they come and they sort of like, you know, make your mind, you know, so much. So first of all, you need to know. Don't go to explore all these things. There is something which will hit your heart, right? Like your partner that you you choose. So go along with that what likes you. You know, trends are there, so you can go with the trend. Or you might want the same thing what your mom and dad had, just go with it. There is no restriction on those things. Just know it and then, you know, I mean, communicate it to the vendor and then we will do our job. And then, and the thing is like, you know, minimize as much as possible change, you know, because like that is going to lot of like, you know, make budgets go to different directions. So things like that. So I would say like, you know, main thing is basically trust your vendor. Yes.
Definitely some great advice. Ms. Manjula?
Trust is the main thing. So we know what we do and they have to trust us. So that's why we are here, you know, tell you frankly. So we know our quality. So trust is the main thing.
Most definitely.
Yes.
For sure. Dilshara, any advice you'd like to share as well?
So long as you know who you are dealing with, like the client has to always appreciate the vendor as well, because as a person I just want to do the best, because if I do a sloppy job it reflects on my brand, so I also want to do the best and eventually satisfy the client as well. So the more weddings I do like that, it's better on my portfolio. Yeah.
For sure. Trust, collaboration and communication are three of the main things that have come out in all of our panels. So definitely keep that in mind as well. As we conclude the panel for today, thank you so much for taking time off your busy schedules to be here today. It's been such a pleasure. Thank you for all of your great advice. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We will now be moving on to a few other activities throughout the day as we say goodbye to our panelists. Thank you.
Hello, a very good afternoon to everybody and welcome back. We are here to find out who the lucky winner is who's going to walk away with a 10,000 rupee gift voucher from the PVS Jayaratna Candian costume providers. Yes, so here I have Mr. PVS Jayaratna himself with me with the voucher, and we are about to pick the name of the lucky winner. So, Mr. Jayaratna, can pick.
Gayatri.
All right. So, Gayatri is the name of the lucky winner. So, Gayatri, if you are in the building, please come and claim your gift voucher worth 10,000 rupees courtesy of PVS Jayaratna. Thank you, Gayatri. And before we move on, I would like to ask a few questions from Mr. PVS Jayaratna himself. එතකොට මිස්ටර් ජයරත්න කියන්න මේ කැන්ඩියන් ඒ කියන්නේ උඩරට ඇඳුම් වෙඩින්ග්ස් වලට ප්‍රොවයිඩ් කරන මේ වෘත්තිය පටන් ගන්න මොකක් හරි විශේෂ හේතුවක් තියෙනවද?
විශේෂ හේතුවක් කියන්නේ මේ ව්‍යාපාරය මට මගේ පියාණන්ගෙන් හමු වුණේ. ඉතින් මට මේකේ ලේ උරුමයත් එක්ක තමයි මම මේ ව්‍යාපාරය ඉදිරියට ගෙනන්නේ. විශේෂයෙන්ම කිව්වොත් නුවර දල්දා මාලිගාව ඇතුළු ලංකාවේ ප්‍රසිද්ධම ස්ථානවල පෙරහැරවල් උරුමෙන්ම මට තමයි කරන්න අයිතිය හම්බෙලා තියෙන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒත් එක්කම තමයි මේ නිලමේ ඇඳුම විවාහ මංගල උත්සවවලට ලබා දීමේ කාර්යයත් මම ඉටු කරන්නේ.
බොහොම ස්තුතියි මිස්ටර් ජයරත්න මහත්මයා. Those are the few words that he wanted to share with us. Very touching. And yes, thank you for being with us. Stay tuned in. We have someone called Temptations coming in. So we are about to go into their stall. So do stay with us. Thank you. Very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We are going to find out our next lucky winner who's going to walk away with a gift voucher worth 20,000 rupees by Temptations. Yes, by the courtesy of Temptations, there's somebody who's here who's lucky enough to walk away with a 20,000 rupee gift voucher. All right, so let's see who that lucky winner is. And we have Omar with us. Assalamu alaikum, Omar.
Walaikum salam, Marcus.
Okay, is it time? It's a good time to pick the name of the lucky winner?
Definitely a good time to pick a lucky winner now.
All right, so shall we do that now?
Let's go. Okay.
Would you be able to read out the name of the lucky winner?
The lucky winner is Ishan Dayaratna.
Ishan Dayaratna?
Ishari.
Ishari.
It's a girl, yeah.
So, yes, the name of the lucky winner is Ishari Dayaratna. So, Ishari Dayaratna, if you are around, please come and claim your gift of 20,000 rupees, courtesy of Temptations by Hasina Ramesh. All right. So, I have a few questions for you, all right? So, actually, I was walking around the stalls and then one of my friends just fed me a glimpse of chocolate. I'm never a sweet person. I was never into sweets. And when I just had the taste of this chocolate, I was like, wow. And she pointed this place to me. And I read the name and it said Temptations. They were absolutely right with the name. Okay, so a person like me who is not completely into sweets just fell for sweets on that day when I had the little glimpse of taste of chocolate from them. So amazing stuff, amazing stuff. And yeah, it's run by a lady and her name is Hasina Ramesh. So Omar, my question to you is, now mainly it's the men who go out to finding fortune, right? And the ladies lay back at home and they do all the household work. So what do you think how do you think a lady can contribute to the fortune of a man?
To start off, Marcus, I'll give a small briefing on how the Temptations, the cake studio, kicked off. We started 15 years ago in Rohini Road, based on a small bakery or a lab on her. And then moving forward from there, she's been catching up. So it's basically, we always say it's a one-man show, but this is a one-woman show, whereas it's been run by one woman. We are just the face of it, running the back end. But when it comes to the products outcome, it's always been her running contemporary arts, unique creations, matching up to occasions, and catching up with probably 1 or 2 functions every month. So that's how it goes, Marcus, when it comes to our products and layouts. Yeah.
So thank you so much, Omar. So there we go. A lady has inspired all of you. So it's a sole business run by Hasina Ramesh, and yeah, it's called Temptation. The name is so right because even if you are a person who's not into sweets, you just have a glimpse of the taste and you will just fall for it and you will be in love with chocolates. And they do chocolates just right, and cakes. Thank you very much for being with us, and thank you, Omar.
Thank you, Marcus.
Pleasure. All right, then see you all in another edition of maybe an interview or a giveaway. Stay tuned with us. Thank you. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, visiting another stall, and as I just looked, I just passed by, and this setting just caught me. All right, so we wanted to find out more about the stall, and yeah, we found that it's Chris, the managing director of the Planning Paradise, who has put up this lovely store right here. So, Chris, how do you feel today?
Hi, so I feel great. And I'm glad that you're visiting here, and I'm glad that the exhibition is happening so that we can showcase what we do for our client.
Lovely. We are glad to have you with us too. And yes, Chris, if I am to ask you a question, right? There are so many wedding planners in the industry. And if there's a couple who are trying to make their big day amazing and special, why do you think they have to pick the Planning Paradise?
So, as the name goes, paradise, okay? So, we want our customer to have the best day of their life, okay? So, we work with a team of professionals who take every detail seriously and make the best day of the bride and her groom and the entire wedding basically to happen in the most magical, enchanting way, stress-free and handled to meticulous detail so that the goods are delivered and she enjoys her special day.
So basically, in order for the bride to enjoy her special day, she's got to delegate all the stress to somebody else. And the ones who take that stress is going to be you. All right, ensuring...
Me and my team.
And ensuring a lovely, stress-free moment for her to enjoy the special day of her life. Is that right?
Definitely. That is what the bride should, it's her day and she should have the most, to enjoy her day, she has to give it to us so that we can, do the work for her, the detail to be taken care of by us, yeah.
All right. All right, so you heard it from the director of the Planning Paradise, Kristalina. And yes, hoping to catch you all soon on another visit to a stall. So do stay tuned. Thank you so much, Chris.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
This time with White Episode Studios, we have Imasha with us, who is about to draw a name for a lucky winner who will be receiving a pre-shoot worth 30,000 rupees right here courtesy of the White Studios. Imasha, if you could do us the honors and pick a name, and let's see who will be winning this lucky prize. All righty. Can we have Tilakshi Herath to the White Studio stall right now? Tilakshi Herath, are you in the building? Please do make your way down to the White Studio stall while we wait for you to come and claim your prize. We're just going to ask Imasha a few questions. Imasha, do tell me a little bit about White Episodes. Tell us about its inception and what you've been doing so far.
So White Episodes is a luxury boutique wedding photography company. We specialize in fine art, wedding photography and wedding film. And it's been 5 years since we started White Episodes, and we love what we do and we continue doing that for the same reason.
Sounds amazing. What has your experience been here at Wedding Week 2022?
It has been a great experience with the shows and getting to know the other photographers and other vendors, and we've had like a great footfall to the stall where we've had people come in, get to know about our packages, and they've even made bookings. Plus, they can avail themselves to a special discount for bookings made, which are being made today. So there are quite a few people who actually enjoyed that and availed themselves of that offer.
That sounds great. You guys, you have 1 more hour to head on down to the Golf Face Hotel and make sure to claim those discounts from White Studios. We are still looking for Tilakshi Herath. If you are in the building, please do make your way down to the White Studios, the White Episode Studio stall, and you can claim your prize for a pre-shoot worth 30,000 rupees. But I don't think she's here right now, so we will be getting in touch with you shortly. Thank you so much, Imasha. All the very best with everything that you have done.
Thank you.
Wedding Week 2022 is full of prizes and surprises for everyone who came down to the Golf Face Hotel this weekend. And right now we are at the Planning Paradise to give away one of the most valuable giveaways we have for this weekend. We are today giving away 2 45,000 rupee honeymoon packages right here courtesy of the Planning Paradise. We have Miss Chris with us, who is the director of the Planning Paradise, and we're about to pick a lucky winner. Miss Chris, if you could do the honors. All right, let's see who has won themselves a 45,000 rupee honeymoon package courtesy of the Planning Paradise, and that is Vindala Damsiri. I hope I'm saying that right. Vindala Damsiri, if you are in the building, please make your way down to the main stage. We're right now at the Planning Paradise stall, and you can claim your prize right now. Vindala Damsiri, we are waiting for you. And this is not the only giveaway that's happening from the Planning Paradise. Of course, we're having another giveaway for another honeymoon package worth 45,000 rupees. So, Miss Chris, if you could pull us one more name while we wait for Vindala to make his way down to the stall. All right, we have one more lucky winner. And that is Melinda Meldev. Melinda, if you are in the building right now, please do make your way down to the Planning Paradise stall. Melinda Meldev, we are waiting for you to come over and grab your prize of a 45,000 rupee honeymoon package courtesy of the Planning Paradise. All right, Melinda and Vindala, I don't think you are in the building right now, but what we'll do is we will contact you directly and put you in touch with Miss Chris over here, and you will be able to redeem your prize. Thank you so much for being a part of the show, and I hope you have a great day.
Thank you. You too. Thank you. Thank you. I'll keep this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here and to find out who is going to be our final lucky winner who will be walking away with a 10,000 rupee gift pack from Hamidias. So for that, we have Mr. Falim, who's the tailoring in charge, with me to pick the name of the lucky winner. So let's see who it is. Mr. Falim, if you can read out the name, please.
T. Sweta.
T. Sweta. Thank you, Mr. Falim.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, T. Sweta. If you are here, please come and collect your lucky gift that you have received for today. And yes, you are the final lucky winner for Brides of Sri Lanka 2020. And yes, congratulations, Sweta. Come and receive your prize from Hamidias, a prize worth 10,000 rupees, courtesy of Hamidias. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have one last giveaway planned for you this evening with none other than our co-host and venue partner Golf Face Hotel, who is giving away a dinner voucher for a very lucky couple at their Veranda Hotel, at their Veranda restaurant rather. We have with us Richard, who is going to pick a winner right now. Richard, if you could do us the honors of picking who will be the lucky winner, the lucky couple who will be dining at the Veranda. No worries. And if you could tell us the name.
And the name will be Shefani Miranda, yeah? Yeah, it's Shefani Miranda.
Right, Shefani Miranda, you have won yourself a very interesting dinner at the Veranda for a couple. Thank you so much, Richard, for being here today. We will get in touch with you and make sure that you are getting your prize within the day as well. My name has been Anisha, and it's been such a pleasure hosting you this weekend. We will see you guys next year. Awesome, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And there you are.
Thank you.
No problem.
It's all our invited guests. You're most welcome to come and take your seats inside the ballroom here. And if you do not have an invitation, you're still invited to come and stand around and enjoy the closing night of Wedding Week 2022, presented by the Brides of Sri Lanka magazine and the Goldface Hotel. We have a lot of sponsors, our event sponsors, Sri Lankan Airlines, Hamidia, and Prime Residencies. We are supported by the Sri Lankan Convention Bureau and So Sri Lanka. Our radio partners are Yes FM and Sirasa. Hair and makeup by Ramani Fernando Salons. Florist, petals and wedding artisans. Photography, Bandulani. Videography, 51 Design Studio. Event planners, Kairos Weddings and Events. Entertainment, Blue Sky Entertainment. And tonight's show is produced and choreographed by the one and only Lo Ching Wong. We had a great interaction yesterday. This fair is open from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on both days, as you are aware. There were crowds yesterday and lots of people today as well. A lot of fabulous interaction between industry players and suppliers, and lots of bridal couples to be. They walked around, visit our stalls, and of course you'd also visit the Brides of Sri Lanka website, which has been in operation for the past 15 years. A perfect venue for suppliers and brides and grooms to meet, discuss. And this platform yesterday launched its e-portal, which now makes transactions much easier, cashless, seamless, and extremely COVID safe. And once again, we'd like to remind our valued stall holders inside the ballroom, as soon as the show starts, to kindly put your stall lights off. And once again, all our invited guests, please come and take your seats. We're about to start the show in a short while from now. And if you don't have an invitation, please walk in, stand around, and enjoy the show tonight, the closing night of Wedding Week 2022, brought to you by the Brides of Sri Lanka magazine, together with the iconic Goldface Hotel.
Bowan. Welcome to Sri Lankan Airlines, where service is intuitive and indulgence is encouraged. Our care is inherent. This is where the world comes home. Thank you for flying Sri Lankan Airlines. You're our world.
Sri Lanka, a journey awaits.
Enjoy the luxury of having it all at the most prestigious address in Sri Lanka. Come explore our special investment plans. Pay only 30% now and balance when you move in. Call 0702 777 777 today. The Grand Ward Place. There is only one.
Good evening to you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to the closing night of Wedding Week 2022, brought to you by the Brides of Sri Lanka magazine, together with the Golf Face Hotel. Wedding Week 2022 is a celebration of weddings in every sense of the word, the most joyous and jubilant event in every couple's life. It also brings together Sri Lanka's wedding suppliers and industry players on a common platform yesterday and today from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. right here at the iconic Golf Face Hotel, a fabulous, vibrant buyer-seller meet. It has been the dream of the editor of the Brides of Sri Lanka magazine, Nelum Hattala, right down there, to promote and to showcase Sri Lanka as an international venue for wedding tourism. I think she deserves an applause for that. Nelum Hattala, editor of the Brides of Sri Lanka magazine. This event is just that, to make Sri Lanka an international venue for wedding tourism. So COVID hit the world. We were all struck internationally. We were no exception. And lots of industries were battle hit and some were completely wiped out. Sri Lanka's wedding industry was also very, very badly hit. And now here we are picking up the threads. Resurgence, we have hope, we have positivity, and that's why we are all here today celebrating weddings in every sense of the word. The Brides of Sri Lanka magazine website has been in operation for the past 15 years or so, a very interactive buyer-seller meet where couples met industry players and suppliers and discussed their weddings and transacted business. Now, last morning, the Brides of Sri Lanka website went a step further and under the patronage of Minister Honorable Namal Rajapaksa launched its e-commerce portal where from yesterday onwards, couples can transact business without paying cash using their cards, debit or credit. Very easy and of course, COVID safe too. We'd like to thank our event sponsors, Sri Lankan Airlines, Hamidia and Prime Residencies. We are supported by the Sri Lanka Convention Bureau and So Sri Lanka. Our radio partners are Yes FM and Sirasa. Hair and makeup by Ramani Fernando Salons. Our florists are Petals and Wedding Artisans. Photography by Wan Dulani. Videography by 51 The Design Studio. Event planner, Kairos Weddings and Events. And entertainment by Blue Sky Entertainment. And tonight's show is produced and choreographed by Sri Lanka's maestro, the one and only Lo Ching Wong. Enjoy the evening, ladies and gentlemen. ladies, I'm going.
Aishat Shamla, a 53-year-old creative and well-developed fashion design and dressmaking professional with extensive experience in orchestrating all aspects of women's clothing. With more than 4 decades of experience in dressmaking, Shamla is a self-made seamstress and designer, specializing in a full range of women's wear, from wedding gowns to casual dresses. She also owns and runs her namesake fashion boutique in the heart of Male, named Shams Boutique. Shamla is actively pursuing a fashion design position in an operational environment that will effectively utilize her acquired artistic skills and abilities while demonstrating over 40 years of experience in the professional field.
Showcasing Aishat Shamla, whose collection tonight is designed and curated with the Maldivian archipelago in mind. Hence, it is named Valley Mala, which means valley, the sand on the beach, and Mala, the face of the island. The collection is deeply rooted in Maldivian ideas of femininity, thus absorbing elements of modesty, calmness, with subtle and nuanced hints of display. The resemblance of tones are drawn from the Maldivian environment. The beige tones reflect the beaches, while the blue portrays the clear waters of the atolls. The detailed and dainty beadwork on the dresses emulate the sparkling waters of the sun, while the depths in fabric and texture resemble the waves therein. Please welcome the collection by Aishat Shamla. Please welcome the designer Aishat Samla. Ladies and gentlemen, the closing night of Wedding Week 2022. Here she is from the Maldives. Her collection representing the features of the Maldivian archipelago, the sun, the sand, the sea. This is Aishat Samla Shams Boutique. Her creations here on closing night of the Wedding Week. Aishat Samla. And coming up next, we have the groom's wear collection from Hamidia.
Tea, my dear. I like my toast on one side. You can hear it in my accent when I talk. I'm an Englishman in New York. You see me walking down Fifth Avenue, walking cane here at my side. Take it everywhere I Englishman in New York. Whoa, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. Whoa, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. If manners make us manners, someone say he's our hero of the day. It takes a man to suffer ignorance and smile. Be yourself, no matter what they say. Whoa, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. Whoa, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. Modesty, propriety, the leads to notoriety. You remember as the only one. No sobriety, in this society, and many candles brighter than the sun. Takes more than combat gear to make a man. Takes more than a license for a gun. Confront your enemies, avoid them when you can. A gentleman will walk but never run. The manners make of manners, someone say. He's our hero of the day. It takes a man to suffer ignorance and smile. Be yourself, no matter what they say. Be yourself, no matter what they say. Be yourself, no matter what Takes more than combat gear to make a man. Takes more than a license for a gun. Confront your enemies, avoid them when you can. A gentleman will walk but never run. The manners make of manners, someone say. He's a hero of the day. Takes a man to suffer ignorance and smile. Be yourself, no matter what they say. Be yourself, no matter what they say. Be yourself, no matter what they say. Be yourself,
And the showstopper is Danu Innasithambi, Sri Lanka's veteran media personality who celebrates 20 years in media this year. The menswear, the groomswear collection by Hamidia. And I think here now is the man behind the collection, Sri Lanka's legendary, one and only, Fazul Hamid. Yes, with over 40 years in couture, menswear couture, and taking Sri Lankan fashion to the world. He's got a boutique in London, the Envoy store. You all know that. He dresses all the contestants for Mr. England. And this is our Sri Lankan Fazul Hamid. Your applause once again for Sri Lanka's leading menswear specialist, Fazul Hamid. And as the groomswear collection from Hamidia's moves out of the ramp, we're proud to bring you tonight, creations by friends and partners of the Brides of Sri Lanka magazine. These are the designers, one by one, all of them showcasing their creativity here today on the closing night of Wedding Week 2022, brought to you by the Brides of Sri Lanka magazine and the Golf Hotel, showcasing Sri Lanka as an international wedding tourism destination. We start the Brides of Sri Lanka designer collection with creations from Harshana Bridal. now present Ceylon Brides by Subhash. And here now is a creation from the Kingsman Studio. Creations from the Kingsman Studio. Coming up next at Wedding Week 2022, brought to you by the Brides of Sri Lanka magazine and the Golf Face Hotel. We have Ceylon Shimmer by Danushka Kumar. Coming up next, we'd like to present to you, ladies and gentlemen, Brides by Gagana. You're enjoying now the creations from Buddhi Batiks with Dil Sapukotanage on the catwalk. Here, dazzling at the Wedding Week 2022. Brought to you by the Brides of Sri Lanka magazine together with the iconic Golf Festival, the closing night of the show. Thank you for your applause, all of you, ladies and gentlemen. You're enjoying the closing night of Wedding Week 2022. And we're about to bring you right now creations by PVS Jayaratna. That was the creation by PVS Jayaratna. And now to continue with the designers of the Brides of Sri Lanka magazine, please welcome Zosh by Sashini Alahakon. And now we bring you creations by the Dalsi Hattel Salon. We now present Chrissy Bridal Dressmaking and Salon Vinoli. To close this section of the Brides of Sri Lanka designers, showcasing their collections here on the closing night of Wedding Week 2022. Brought to you by the Brides of Sri Lanka magazine and the Gold Face Hotel. And now we'd like to bring on the designers with their creations. We start with Harshana Bridal on the catwalk now. To your applause, ladies and gentlemen, here's Harshana Bridal. We'd like you all to give them a nice, warm, enthusiastic round of applause. These ladies and gentlemen work very hard. We know how the bridal industry was badly hit the past 2 years. We're now resurging with hope, picking up our threads with positivity. So these are the men and women who keep the industry alive with their creations and keeping, one day, making our country an international destination of wedding tourism. Your applause, all of you. Let's hear it for all of them, one by one, all our designers tonight. We next have Ceylon Brides by Subhash. Here's Subhash of Ceylon Brides with his models. Thank you for the applause, all of you, celebrating Sri Lanka's bridal industry, all those players from different parts of Sri Lanka, showcasing their talent tonight here and their creativity. To all of you, our distinguished audience, and those of you watching us online on the live stream, you may be at home, but please put your hands together. Only you will hear it, that's okay. And let's celebrate our designers, the Brides of Sri Lanka designers. And we now bring on Kingsburn Studio. Kingsburn Studio, with a beautiful couple there, gracing the catwalk on the closing night of Wedding Week 2022. Taking a bow, yes, there they are, Kingsburn Studio. Please now welcome Danushka Kumar of Salon Shimmer. Danushka Kumar of Salon Shimmer with his two beautiful creations here walking down the ramp here at the closing night of Wedding Week 2022. You're free to take your photographs and videos and post them on Instagram, Insta Story, Insta Feed on Facebook, and hashtag Brides of Sri Lanka on Insta and Facebook and whatever platform of your choice. Take your selfies as well. Show that you're here at this event, the closing night of Wedding Week 2022. And now here's Brides by Gagana. Brides by Gagana. Once again showcasing our talent and creativity as we endeavor to make Sri Lanka an international venue for wedding tourism, a brainchild of Nelum Hattala, the editor of the Brides of Sri Lanka magazine. She's worked very hard, and this might be the launch pad with many, many more to come. Your applause, all of you. Congratulations to you, Nelum Hattala, for this brainchild of yours as we showcase the Sri Lankan talent here on the ramp. Buddhi Batiks with Dil Sapukotanage takes a walk down the ramp now. Bridals with a twist, Buddhi Batiks and Dil Sapukotanage for Buddhi Batiks. Get those mobile phones out, everybody. Do the videos, do the photographs, take your selfies and show that you've been here today, the closing night of this fabulous event. And as Buddhi Batiks and Dil Sapukotanage move out, we bring on traditional Sri Lanka with PVS Jayaratna. This is Samira Jayaratna, the second generation of the family business of PVS Jayaratna, showcasing the Mulyanduma, which is the regal outfit worn by Kandyan brides in this country. That entire jacket is a whole story. Every embellishment in the jacket, as you see, is going back now. All those designs have a unique story of their own, every single one of them. And that's all that goes to make the traditional Kandyan groom's outfit, PVS Jayaratna. Sashini Alahakon is on stage now with Zash, the creations by Zash. Zash by Sashini Alahakon. Can we pump up the applause, all of you, ladies and gentlemen? Louder, louder. We're showcasing our talent, Sri Lankan talent here. On the ramp, the Brides of Sri Lanka designer. This is Sashini Alahakon for Zash. Zash by Sashini Alahakon. And we'd like to bring you Dulcie Hattala and her creations. Here's Dulcie, and this is her bride. Dulcie from the Dulcie Hattala Salon, walking down the ramp on the closing night of Brides of Sri Lanka, Wedding Week 2022. With all of you wonderful people here, standing, seated, with your mobile phones, your selfies, your videos, go ahead. Hashtag Brides of Sri Lanka on Instagram and on Facebook. Insta Story as well. As Dulcie Hattala moves out, we now bring you our final designer for this section, Chrissy Bridal Dressmaking and Salon Vinoli. This is a creation by Chrissy Bridal Dressmaking and Salon Vinoli. Closing this section of the Brides of Sri Lanka designers at the closing night of the Wedding Week 2022.
Brides of Sri Lanka.
Ayubowan. Welcome to Sri Lankan Airlines, where service is intuitive and indulgence is encouraged. Our care is inherent. This is where the world comes home. Thank you for flying Sri Lankan Airlines. You're our world.
Sri Lanka, a journey awaits.
Enjoy the luxury of having it all at the most prestigious address in Sri Lanka. Come explore our special investment plans. Pay only 30% now and balance when you move in. Call 0702 777 777 today. The Grand Ward Place. There is only one.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now stop for a very short interval of around 15 minutes or so. There's plenty of food and drink which you can purchase at the Palm Lounge and the Checkerboard. right here at the Golfers Hotel. So please free to walk around, enjoy yourselves, grab yourself something to eat and drink, and we'd like to have you all back in your seats in around 15 minutes from now. Lots of food and drink at the Checkerboard and the Palm Lounge. And bring your drinks back here and enjoy this show. We'd also like to once again warmly thank our sponsors, Sri Lankan Airlines, Hamidia and Prime Residencies. We are supported by the Sri Lankan Convention Bureau and So Sri Lanka. Our radio partners are Yes FM and Sirasa. Hair and makeup by Ramani Fernando Salons. Florists, petals and wedding artisans. Photography by Ivan Dulani. Videography 51, the design studio. Event partner, Kairos Weddings and Events, and entertainment, Blue Sky Entertainment. And this evening's show is choreographed by Sri Lanka's one and only Loching Wong. Very short interval. Coming up next soon after, we're proud to bring Mr. Umang Hati Singh, the president of Hati Singh Design Company, established in 1835, with his spectacular array of creations on the catwalk here. And Umang is the 5th generation to head this family business, and he's been a creative consultant at American Vogue, Teen Vogue, and many other international media. So this is coming up soon after the interval. Ladies and gentlemen, grab your food from the Palm Lounge or the Checkerboard. Your food and drink available for purchase. And when we see you back in your seats in a short while from now, we bring you a fabulous, spectacular creation here on the closing night of Wedding Week 2022. 2022. In a short while from now, we have some spectacular creations on the catwalk as you come back to your seats. There's a lot of activity backstage where I am. We get a sneak preview here actually. Fabulous creations here. Coming up we have creations by Ramani Fernando and Aslam Hussain. And then we have Umang Hati Singh showcasing his fabulous collection here. Beautiful, spectacular on the catwalk here at the closing night of Wedding Week 2022. May we have you all back in your seats, ladies and gentlemen. you back in your seats, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue with the second half of the closing night of Wedding Week 2022. Brides of Sri Lanka magazine and the Golf Face Hotel.
Change my picture, smack my picture. Change my picture, smack my picture.
Brides of Sri Lanka.
Ayubowan. Welcome to Sri Lankan Airlines, where service is intuitive and indulgence is encouraged. Our care is inherent. This is where the world comes home. Thank you for flying Sri Lankan Airlines. You're our world.
Sri Lanka, a journey awaits.
Enjoy the luxury of having it all at the most prestigious address in Sri Lanka. Come explore our special investment plans. Pay only 30% now and balance when you move in. Call 0702 777 777 today. The Grand Ward Place. there is only one.
And so here we are after the interval, all of you. I hope you enjoyed the interval. And here we are ready with part 2 of the closing night of Wedding Week 2022. I told you that the Brides of Sri Lanka magazine is endeavoring to make Sri Lanka an international venue for wedding tourism. And going a step further, the Brides of Sri Lanka magazine has been around for a long, long time, engaging with industry players and putting them in touch with couples to be, brides and grooms to be. Now, I'm going to let you into a small secret that will not be a secret from now on. Nelum Hattalla has planned to launch what's called the Brides of Maldives magazine later on this year. So here's a Sri Lanka entrepreneur taking it beyond the shores of our country. I think she deserves an applause there for taking the magazine overseas and now making it international with the soon-to-be published Brides of Maldives magazine. We'd now like to present to you in the closing night of Wedding Week 22 the designs, the bridal couture collection of Ramoni Fernando and Aslam Hussein with headdresses and bouquets by Lucian de Silva. Exquisite. Enjoy.
Scottsdale shopping mall. Sauntered in about 3:15 when a high-heel shoe started talking to me. I pricked up my ears and I rubbed my eyes. Lo and behold, my surprise, he said, slide into me and I'll set you free. You won't know who or what you used to be. Ba-da-dum, 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 ba-da-dum. He said, come on, Toots, you gotta make a decision, take a spin in me and find your religion. I said, no, Daddy, I gotta think this one through. How my life could change just because of a shoe. Who am I when I'm in you? I'm not the me I used to be, the girl I once knew. I know it's crazy, but this much is true. I got a high heel habit in my shoe. Ba-da-dum, 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 ba-da-dum. I must confess, my stilettoed sprite took me to intoxicating heights. This is the moment, this is the day when I send all my doubts and demons on their way. Every endeavor I have made ever is coming into play. It's here and now, today. This is the moment, this is the time when the momentum and the moment are in rhyme. Give me this moment, this precious chance. I'll gather up my past and make some sense at last. This is the moment when all I've done, all of the dreaming, scheming and screaming become one. This is the day. See it sparkle and shine when all I've lived for my final take. Someday, when I'm awfully low, when the world is cold, I will feel a glow just thinking of you and the way you look tonight. You're lovely with your smile so warm and your cheeks so soft. There is nothing for me but to love you and the way you look tonight. With each word your tenderness grows, tearing my fears apart. And that laugh that wrinkles your nose, it touches my foolish heart. Lovely, never ever change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it? 'Cause I love you just the way you look tonight. With each word your tenderness grows, tearing my fears apart. And that laugh that wrinkles your nose, it touches my foolish heart. Lovely,
Please welcome the designers, the incomparable Ramani Fernando and Aslam Hussain. To your applause, all of you. These fabulous creations by these two exceptional designers, both of them indeed a fabulous combination. Creations by Ramani Fernando and Aslam Hussain, and of course headdresses and bouquets by Lucian De Silva. This is really fabulous. To all of you, your applause, all of you. The closing night of Wedding Week 2022. Here they are, Ramani Fernando and Aslam Hussain, showcasing a combined brilliance of their two talents on the catwalk here at the closing night of Wedding Week 2022. Ramani Fernando and Aslam Hussain.
Some people wait
We now bring you a spectacular show by Umang Hati Singh, the president of Hati Singh Design Company, established way back in 1835. Hati Singh Design Company went on and tied up with Tiffany & Company in 1881 and won 9 gold medals at the Paris World Expo in 1900 as one of the finest design firms in the world. The company executed the East Wing of the White House and Durbar Hall of Osborne House at Queen Victoria's Palace. Umang is the managing trustee of Hati Singh Visual Arts Centre and the president of the Hati Singh Heritage Foundation. He is the 5th generation of the family to head the firm and has been a creative consultant at American Vogue, at Teen Vogue, and many other international media. And he was also instrumental in putting together India's first Fashion Week. He has collaborated with Holland & Holland, the official outfitters to Queen Elizabeth and Prince Charles, and has also showcased at Buckingham Palace for the Queen's Diamond Jubilee celebrations. He's also done panels for the Roosevelt House of the USA and goes on record as being the only Indian designer to have shown over 300 of his creations at renowned international museums around the world, and has the unique honor of creating regal costumes for several royal families in India and across the world. Please welcome a spectacular show here by Umang Hati Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the man behind this spectacular collection, Umang Hati Singh. To your applause, all of you, at the closing night of Wedding Week 2022. Here he is, the young man behind all those fabulous, regal film set creations here. To your applause as he walks down the ramp, taking a bow, showcasing his fabulous collections here. The 5th generation of the company, which goes back to the 1800s, exhibiting at the Paris World Expo in 1900s. As far back as that, Buckingham Palace, Queen Elizabeth, Prince Charles, the White House. This is his repertoire. Umang Hati Singh has a lot of work to his name, but still remains a very simple and humble man, as you can see. Your applause, all of you. Let's hear it for him.
My dear brothers and sisters of Sri Lanka, thousands of years of friendship have bound us, and so many cultural ties build this relationship into a brotherhood, sisterhood, and a loving coexistence that we have cherished for millenniums. It is therefore a very humbling honor for me to be here with all of you and share this creation of mine with your blessings and your support. And this is just a small step in building a relationship, a cultural relationship between our two nations, where we celebrate humanity with great splendor. Thank you for inviting me, the Brides of Sri Lanka, Sri Lankan Airways, Golf Face Hotel, and all my friends from Malik Fernando, the Gulugalam family, and my Babson friends, and all of you who've been here, the team that has worked very hard, and my team, without whom I could not do anything. They're like my children, they've helped me, and all of you, thank you all. And of course, my beautiful models here. Without them, the show would be nothing. A round of applause for all of them and all of you. Thank you. Thank you all very, very much. And Dilshani is my first Sri Lankan friend and was the first Sri Lankan to wear my creation, and I'm very happy that she's here with me. Thank you, Dilshani. Thank you. One last walk together, please. Come.
And with all those creations by Umang Hati Singh, that brings this weekend to a close. Wedding Week 2022. Thank you very much, all of you, for your presence here today and yesterday. We thank all our sponsors, all our partners, on behalf of the Golf Face Hotel and the Brides of Sri Lanka magazine. Thank you very much, everybody. And let's hopefully meet next year at Wedding Week 2023 with the Brides of Sri Lanka magazine. Good night, everybody. Safe journey home.